Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第321天 is day 321. 321. Alright, I'm a little bit tired. Nothing from yesterday. We kind of tried to take some liberties yesterday, largely because kind of running into the stamina wall. Go and hop into our
防
lessons.
训
防训 防 防 guard against. I kind of slightly dropped this the other maybe yesterday or the day before. 防训 guard against flood, so flood protection
防训
or flood prevention.
针灸
针灸 needle, and then was it moxibustion? Moxibustion? Moxibustion. 针灸
针灸捍卫
捍卫捍 defend 卫 defend 捍卫 okay
捍卫捂住
捂住捂住捂 cover with hand 住 dwell to cover with one's hand. Okay, I'm starting to get a feeling of the jewel situation, tacking on jewel to certain things. You wonder what will make a room layout comfy. Time to do some research. Jewel
捂住
cover and
瞅见
瞅见 oh look at see just see 瞅见
瞅见
all right
防训针灸捍卫瞅见
yeah
捂住沏茶
沏茶 infused tea. Oh man. Or make tea to steep tea. Oh, okay. I see. 沏茶
沏茶分斤八两
分斤八两分斤八两 part pound part Chinese pound by break off 两 two. Oh my goodness. Oh, to haggle over every penny. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, like part the different currencies to break off into two. Yeah, okay, I see what you're scavenging over the little bits of money. Okay. Parts of money. Gee, we 分斤八两
分斤八两生拉硬拽
生拉硬拽no 生拉硬拽 man that doesn't roll off the tongue. Life la grab ying Ying. Hard? Oh man, I'm not even sure. I don't know if I remember Ying. Oh, a rock in a hard place, right? And try. Try is pull. So life, grab, hard, and pull. The forcibly drag. That's good. Forcibly drag. Forcibly drag work. Chung la chung yeah. Chung la ying dry.
生拉硬拽，
I can't spell force. Oh, forcibly.
迅奇，
Qingqi. What season?
迅奇，掰开，
Baikai. Break out, but since it's open, break apart. That's interesting. Does it also have like... Oh no, it doesn't. Interesting.
掰开，
Alright.
沏茶，
分金分清掰 yeah.
分斤掰两，
生拉硬拽
生拉硬拽，
掰开
掰开，迅奇，
迅奇 Okay.
荒，
Huang. Oh no. We keep increasing in characters, man. Wasteland. Oh no. Oh, but it's still Huang though. It's related to the other Huang. What was it? Panic? Huang? Same tone. Same character. The Hulk is in front of the chapel. Death comes walking from afar, and as he gets closer, all the grass and flowers dry up and die. Even the streams that goes in front of the chapel dries up to nothing. Everywhere slowly turns into utter wasteland as the Hulk trembles in fear at Death, who comes closer and closer to him in the chapel. Turns into utter wasteland. Yeah, but maybe not in terror, but that'll be fine. Wow, why are there so many for Hung Yang? Desolate. How does that work with Liang? What? Wasteland cool? That's what? Okay. One done. I don't know anymore. Juan is so confused. Juan is so confusing. Okay, I don't have that character. Shi Huang? Do I have Shi Huang? Shi? Oh, like tidy up? That one's kind of fine. Huan Mu, but Huan Mu. Alright. This one's kind of a character.
荒，岩，
Yen? Oh, hey. Iwa. I only got the rock as opposed to a stone. Yeah. The question is, do you look like a yen? Still look more like a shi? Although yen, am I thinking of yen? Towering is what I'm thinking of. That's not towering that I'm thinking of. Oh, I'm thinking of. Oh no, it's not. Not the same thing. Yeah, I got nothing. This doesn't look like yen. Yoshi is inside the pawn shop where he's processing a big slab of rock that somebody has sold them. It comes from a nearby mountain, and Yoshi does his best to try to break the rock, which is quite beautiful, into smaller stones that they can sell at the pawn shop. Not quite Yoshi's style. Maybe like Yoshi is inside the pawn shop, being hired to carry precious rocks from the neighboring mountain. To the pawn shop, to the shop, and process into smaller stones. No. Labor. Oh, okay. We got rock. Yen shi. Yen. What? Yen Tian. What? Oh. Oh, Yen Tian. Rong Yen? Oh, melted rock. Lava. Rock climbing. Wow. That's an interesting one.
Yen.
Heck, rock and stone.
度
Ooh, prevent. Oh no. Quite look like. You kinda look like a duel, but you kinda look like a tool as well. Okay. This one's kinda tough. Dumbledore. Dumbledore is in the bathroom of the house where he is trying to prevent a tree that's growing out of the soil that's in the corner. Every time the tree picks out the soil, Dumbledore uses his okay. It's not. Oh. Just stop. Okay. That's not good. Maybe Dumbledore is in the bathroom of the house trying to decorate. Right? Decorate the bathroom. He has a special a special wooden pot or a special pot containing magic soil that is keeping that is preventing a magic that is housing a magic tree that stops growing at a very specific size to complement the bathroom. This one's not great. Oh man. To put an end to. Ooh, yeah. And the mnemonics are quite creative. Yeah. Pretty straightforward. Ooh, Jen. Fabricate. How does prevent? Huh.
渡峡
Gorge? Oh boy. Lena's inside the lobby of the auditorium. So, and there's a gorge where she is making a decorative gorge of. Okay, sure. A decorative gorge of sandwiches. I think this is the second time sandwich has ever came up. In the middle of one of the hallways. I'm pretty sure this is the second time sandwich has come up. Yes. Where she is making a decorative gorge of sandwiches in the middle of one of the hallways. On either side are two mountains of sandwiches, and the guests can go through the middle of the gorge when bored on into. Okay, we're changing this. Makes me wonder if your way of remembering meaning could be applied to read somehow. Yeah. Xena is inside the auditorium where she is working every once in a while. Working. The play she is navigating the mountains and gorge props that are used for the play in order to offer Sammys to the guests. How about gorge? Dang it. I didn't need two features. Okay. She is navigating. She's navigating the gorge, I don't know, the core for the play while carrying a mountain of sandwiches and handing them out to guests. She's shrunk, you know? Or maybe she's guarding the mountain of sandwiches. We do typically give her a guard duty. This one. A straight? Oh. Makes sense. a water gorge. 海峡 canyon. Yeah. 峡谷 so a gorge valley, which is
狭优
yo drawn out. Oh boy howdy, you kind of look like Tiao. Oh no, you kind of look like 夏有秋 yo. I don't know if you look like a yo. It's kind of. There's foreman and hearts. It's kind of like twisted form or dismembered form. Yo. Okay. Yoshi is in front of the bakery where he's taking a drawn out break. He lies there snacking on a croissant, watching Slenderman and the foreman try to install a rod on the sidewalk. They move so slow, making the task drawn out. Yoshi is so chill right now that even his heartbeats are drawn out. Each one seeming to take minutes, making his drawn out life is finally over. Maybe his drawn out life. Okay, it's got long. Okay, like drawn out long. How do characters kind of look like something you do? Do you? How do characters kind of look like something? Wait. How does character look like something to me? Abstraction. Almost all of them are abstraction. You could call this a I don't know. Anything. You can call this a moon and I'd be okay with it. Abstraction is based on association. So any type of abstraction is fine. Routine and diligence is how we get it. So like some people could say this looks like a heart, right? It doesn't really. This looks like a person, this looks like a stick, this looks like a foreman. Like, okay. That's fine. I mean, I don't actually know why this. Let's go read why this looks like a foreman. The majority of the koan depicts a man standing up, or there's a stand, where to the left is a whip. Okay, he is holding. Yeah, just by coincidence, like this character is made of pictographs. So these characters are pictographs. I'm not sure if this is considered pictograph, but there are often different. There's often 4 types ish of. There are often 4 types ish of characters. We have the picto, which you've seen like Ki and Hito. There's also abstraction. So they're often dealing with basically abstract. It's kind of hard to depict that. Then combo. Combo is, oh no, I don't even know what the 4th type is now. Was there 4 or 3? Combo types are like where one word is abstract. Like it's a combination of abstracts, but the abstracts are like one carries the sound and the other one carries the meaning, which does happen quite often when you're looking at vocabulary. As characters, not so much. How can a re be linked to the abstraction too? You keep it consistent. So in this case, the abstraction is that Yoshi is this, and front is this. Whoops. Front is this. And then bakery is this. So when you put it together, you have yo. That's their system. And the reason I can do this is because it's not that, to me, it's pretty regular to associate objects and things to in abstraction. And it's always in this order. So reads using an abstraction like this is pretty great. It takes a really long. It takes like a while. I would say for a person who's not used to procedural abstraction, probably like 3 months before you're comfortable with a new system. This one maybe took me a week or two, and then you're just waiting for components to fill in. Largely because this is how I visualize things sometimes. Like what I mean is, uh, how I remember things are to take something that I know and attach it to something new. So these things I know, and then they're attaching it to something new. So Yoshi is attached to Y. Is you can't like I, right? Like I or E or something like that. Default is E, and then front is attached to a number, which is a tone. So this would be then have to be, and bakery is attached to O, as in like dough is what they used it, but it could have been anything. It's fine. And then it's yo, so you put them all together. So the reading is already in the mnemonic. Anything that's blue is the read, and the read is always the first part. It's the person, position, and place. Is it quite consistent? It covers every single character in Chinese. So yes, it would be as long as you're consistent. And I usually rewrite the mnemonic if I need to, which for this one, I have archetypes for every single character now. So they have to obey the archetype. Drawn out. Might be interesting to do Anki Japanese and HanziHero stand alongside each other for different perspectives. Yeah, that was the intent behind doing Wanikani and HanziHero next to each other. Yoshi, let's see. It's supposed to inspire different things, right? And I adopted a few things in the Wanikani mnemonic building from HanziHero. And then we adopted a few things in the other direction. Drawn out is rough. Visually, Wanikani and HanziHero look similar. What about them different aside from audio and humor? But they don't look visually similar at all. I mean, like, I understand that you pay attention to the idea that this is split like this, but they aren't similar at all. Yeah, no. Like if you look at where the position of things are, like for example, this is kind of like saying a circle is similar to a square because there's only one line. But that makes all the difference. So in this case, this is not how things are organized. It's not here. Actually, this note is in a different position. And this way this thing is displayed is not also. And then they use synthetic voices. So yeah, the layout, it can elicit. It's kind of like our discussion about what's the difference between. So in this case, the reason why I think it's not the same at all is because the general shape is very similar, but like It's not even close. Like, they're not even in the same category. Because like there are boxes. I get that. There are boxes, and then there's like a line here and a line here. However, if we were to use that, then every other layout like this would be very similar. It's kind of like having cards. But this stuff right here doesn't look like it at all. Like this stuff, that's not how it's mapped. This stuff, not the same either. This stuff, not the same either. This stuff down here, maybe. Actually, it really isn't. They use different indicators and different color codes, but the general shape, yeah. The general shape for sure. Wanikani, does Wanikani put this on top? Oh no, Wanikani doesn't have kana. So it doesn't show kana. So this is pinging up here. And then of course, we have the translation thing. So that's fair. This would look similar. What did you say? Different aside from what about them aside from audio and humor? I just demonstrated what the difference is. This is what you're paying for. You're paying for the method. No, that's not a chat delay moment. I just finished reading the second part. Like what I mean is I'm revisiting the old question. I already read all your other things. Because I don't think they look visually similar. So then you said, what about them aside from audio and humor? Well, I mean, it's Chinese. And it's both traditional and simplified Chinese. But most of it is because this is different. You don't, I don't, like, if they were visually similar and they only had a difference in audio and humor, then there wouldn't be a reason to buy them, in my opinion. And because they're different, someone who uses Wanikani always asks, hey, this, for the record, it's a very common question. Someone who uses Wanikani would say, oh, hey, this looks like Wanikani. And then proceeds to try the trial. It's like, wow, this is nothing like Wanikani. Hey, developer, can we make it like Wanikani? Can we make it like Wanikani? Because I'm used to Wanikani, so I can't learn this way. I only can learn it the way Wanikani learns it. Or a different way is like, oh hey guys, Anki does this thing. Can we like design it like Anki, please? Because I like the thing, but I don't like the thing. I want you to change everything that it is defining as HanziHero to change it into something that I'm familiar with so I can learn Chinese. This is called market pandering. And I'm not the only one that has this dialogue of market pandering. But generally speaking, in this age of... Now we're in the age of live service. Because this is a subscription, it's a live service. Live service. Now, live service is often deal with pandering. And pandering means that whoever yells the loudest and raises the most funk, they tend to try to guide the developers choices, and the developers must do that because that's how you keep the live service running. What happens then is most tools then become similar. And that's usually the most common question. People like to see the similarities instead of the differences when they're looking for tools because they're looking for the same thing over and over again with the content changing. So the first thing that most people will probably notice is, oh, this is Wanikani for Chinese. I'm like, yes, that would probably be the first thing to notice, I think. And then they would ask me then, to sleep or to download HanziHero and do 30 minutes? You don't download HanziHero. It's a website. Does it have a mobile app? No, it doesn't. It's just a browser. Yeah, it's just a browser. Wanikani is just a browser too. But you can unofficially download Wanikani and then sync and stuff. Oh no. Yeah, it's still a browser. It's a browser even on mobile. You use the web page browser. They made a specific web page. Wanikani is designed specifically to be compatible with your mobile browser, but HanziHero, I don't know. Yeah, it's just browser based. Anyways, this is it. So this is the difference. The biggest difference. It's Kevin put out a video on his HanziHero a while ago, and this is the difference. SRS stays the same. You know, SRS Anki is still similar. Like, you do SRS. Like, even Duolingo technically have SRS built in. So the SRS thing, no, you're right. That's similar. So if someone told me like this is really similar to Anki because of SRS, I would agree with you. That is the most similar thing between them. They both use SRS. MAKU as well, LingQ, Lingua. Anything that helps keep track of your reviews is SRS. They just have different content to use. And then this is the method. The crazy method. It's wild, it's overly complicated, and very engaging. Alright, so we gotta figure out how to... I made all the archetypes different, so it's a traditional or simplified, yeah. Simplified is mainland China. So if you're talking to Chinese people, you're probably going to be seeing simplified. It doesn't prevent you from understanding what they're saying, but reading would be they probably type in simplified. Now, the short answer for traditional or simplified that most people provide, you talk to both, yeah. The short answer to traditional or simplified, if you do simplified and you reach a certain literacy, it takes less than 2 or 3 weeks to cover the traditional, and vice versa. There's like maybe 200 characters that are commonly used that get simplified. And other than that, like, don't quote me on it, but it is a much smaller percentage. And for most people who reach a certain proficiency, like know all the characters from HSK 1 to HSK, even in the 7s or 8s, it would take less than a week or two to cover the stuff because they still mean the same things. The thing is, you have to make sure that there's 2 ways to represent. How do you pick? I don't know. If you're outside of like, how many Chinese people do you have and how many Chinese adjacent do you have? Like, like Malay, Taiwan, and stuff. It still varies even in Malay and Malaysia and stuff. Like Malaysian Chinese. Taiwan would be traditional. I started with simplified. Duolingo chooses simplified. And then I started on traditional here. So right now what you're seeing is traditional. I can help you pick. You're studying Japanese. So most of the characters that are in traditional are more likely in Japanese. Simplified characters are not necessarily in. There are more overlaps with traditional. Right. And at some point you can read all the simplified pretty quickly, actually. At least I didn't discover. I agree with the vast majority of people who they keep on one instead of trying to juggle both, and then at some point all the characters around it will help you figure out what the extra character is, or like the different characters. In fact, sometimes you can just read it pretty quickly. There are still slightly there are Japanese characters too. Like some of the kanji are neither simplified or traditional, but that's like kind of rare, even rarer than that. So most of the time traditional overlaps with Japanese, or at least kanji. We never did get around to discussing tones yesterday, did we? The tones? Oh yeah, the tones. Tones are fun. It's more like singing than anything, you know? Right? Yo, yo, uh, yo, yo, and that's it. That's all there is. And then we change this up like I don't know. Ho, 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 ho. We change this up. Fo, 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 fo. And you left French to escape accents, and here we are. Nah, these accents. Oh, well, you don't see these accents technically. Technically, you don't ever see these accents. You're not supposed to. And also, when you type, or at least when I type, I actually type with numbers. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. So yo, 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 yo. And you're gonna find out really quickly that's how you enter. That's how you're gonna type the answers. The thing that you might not have done between is the Anki thing. When we were rehearsing and going over Anki stuff, both Wanikani and HanziHero requires that you type. That requires you to type, so that might be an adjustment to your routine. But now you have to type anyways, because I think it's a way to internalize a read without relying on having to see it, which is a problem that we've talked about yesterday, where if you're not reliably being able to visualize this, like for example, when someone says yo, I can roughly tell you what yo I would be thinking. And in Chinese and Japanese, it does have that. So like this is a xing. This is promiscuous. These two, like this top part could be a tiao. Will starting points of HanziHero be easier considering JP or not really? Well, starting parts for HanziHero, I think the starting part is going to be the hardest. And then the middle part is going to be the easiest. The vocabulary is going to be pretty easy. Because your vocabulary words, whatever you learned in your vocabulary words is probably going to help you with definition. The tone and stuff, you have to learn the system. And if you don't like the system, you want to find out from trying it. If you don't like the system enough, it's kind of like uphill. It's uphill before it's downhill, as in good. Like you're going slowly uphill before you start cruising downhill. One thing that I would say about HanziHero is this is how I would similarly approach how to learn another writing system. This is a great demonstration of even systematically associating each part with a routine. Dang, it's one of those websites where the audio pauses stream video players on mobile. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, there is another thing that's different from Wanikani. There's dictionary. There's dictionary mode here, so you can add whatever. One thing that makes this a little bit more interesting is you can add any vocabulary words to the cycle if you want. You can access a dictionary that is stored in the database of the website and then extract and lift them into your cycle if you want. Yeah, I haven't used it yet because I hadn't started doing something online with HanziHero. So eventually I'm gonna maybe read some books or do some video games, make note of them, and then add them into HanziHero or something. But for now, it's all about the characters. Yeah, it's all about the characters for now. And vocabulary will come after. Which is not the way you're gonna... that's the thing that you're gonna end up fighting to see if it works or not. Alright. Alright. Godspeed. Alright, so Yoshi is in front of the bakery where he's taking a drawn out break. The owner, the Slender Man owner, and the foreman assistant was trying to put up rods for a outdoor stand at the heart of the front yard. Yoshi was helping with all the transport of materials. I don't know. Rods. You can already tell the way it's going through things will be tough. Yeah. It's one of those things. I made this contrast before. So someone, we're gonna say, okay, all right, Wanikani similarities, right? Wanikani looks, HanziHero and Wanikani looks similar. I'm okay with that, right? They look similar. And then Wanikani has native speech actually, and HanziHero is synthetic. So that's a difference. However, when it comes to Chinese, synthetic is actually pretty reasonable, largely due to tonality being very identifiable. Like while Wanikani for like Japanese, the subtleties in the pitch accent is very subtle, so you want someone to be doing that. But when it comes to tonality, it's kind of very dynamic. It's dynamic enough that with proper curation, so these are curated pronunciations, and those are enough to capture the tone. You might still sound a little kind of funny, but you kind of actually just locks into it. So yo is okay. right? The one thing is methodology is different, right? Methodology is different. Wanikani is based on like a higher level, which is kind of similar to what you do. You're doing visuals. And then HanziHero is a lower level thing. Every part has a corresponding thing you have to do. And because of it being lower level, you have to learn the language. You have to learn a new language for the language. So oftentimes one of the biggest difference between Wanikani and HanziHero is Wanikani has a higher level, so it's more native. That means you need to know less of a new language. So that means it's easy to pick up. It has a low barrier and it's casual forward. Now, because it's casual, higher, native, it doesn't scale. It doesn't scale as well. And it can fail more often. Because if you don't like what it's doing, it's hard to vibe. But you're relying on vibing. So if you don't vibe with it, it just doesn't work. HanziHero is lower, so it's non-native. It's very non-native. It's like a kind of a puzzle game. You need to learn the rules because the rules are counterintuitive. They're non-native to your logic. So what then you have to do is you need to learn something to learn it. So that means it's higher up front. So you have to spend time learning the method before you actually truck along. And one of the benefits of lower level is it's not reliant on vibing. There is still vibing. That's like the characters they chose and the characters and locations that they chose still require vibing. Vibing is like the native level. So what happens is then that means if you put in the time, you are more likely to succeed. Because the system that you learn is not dependent on whether you're native or not. So what do I mean by native? All the words and keywords and mnemonics only work if you vibe with the mnemonic in Wanikani. In HanziHero, you don't have to. If you learn through repetition, you don't need to vibe with anything. You actually could characterize your own Yoshi, your own SpongeBob. Heck, you can even change the people if you want. I just used whatever they provided, but what happens is then you can decide what you want to do with the mnemonic later. Wanikani is only going to be stuck in Wanikani. You're already confused about things. What does this thing? It means there's no ending. So everything has an initial and a final and a tone. So the initial will be written like this with a hyphen at the end. And then the final will be written with something after the hyphen. So if there isn't a final, it's just a space. So like or no, is a bad, like Yoshi alone, when there's a house anything that's in the house doesn't have a final. It's represented by this because it's telling you that the default is yi. So yi is the default for most things. So that means it doesn't have a final. That means this is the notation for no finals. So whenever you have like a G, a D, this is part of the first part. It's this part. And then everything else is broken down into initials and finals. So like ko, so ko, right? Ko is initial, and this is the final. And then you put them together. And so the hyphen is supposed to connect the two. Oh, do you have to type the every time? Yeah, you do. Wait. You don't have to type any of these things. You shouldn't. Only the component, which will cycle out very quickly. So this stuff will cycle out eventually, and then you really don't ever have to type it. It's to reinforce that that's how you represent this stuff. Yeah, but you won't end up typing this in the future. It's to learn the system first. So I don't I think it takes like couple. You're getting the second quiz wrong. The second quiz? Wait, I don't even know how HanziHero starts anymore. So that's the growing pains. Mika, you have to learn their system. The system of how they represent it. Like, people don't represent the not one. Oh, yeah. So this type of notation, you have to get used to it. It's not a classical notation. It's how they're doing it. So it's tolerable so far. It's been like a couple minutes. And if you cover, so here's the, I might be able to tell you how long it took. Let me see. So sound. It took 4 months. It's around 4 months before you cover every single combination of sound. Like, this is the last one. Go in order. And it looks like the first time I was exposed to it was April 2nd, 2025. So all of these right here represents every single combination of sound available. And I covered this in the day 300, where you never, like, the thing about this system, which I personally would have made the same system, like I would make a similar system like this, where instead of worrying about what each character's sound is, I would build it so that I only have to remember, quote unquote, the kana. So what they did was they broke down the sounds, the pinyin, into their components, and you'll never have to do another read again, like outside the combinations of these. So you're not remembering new things every time you're trying to pronounce what it sounds like. And I also did the same for Wanikani retroactively, in a way. Like it's like a Frankenstein version of Wanikani to produce all the sounds. But Japanese actually has more sound combinations. Wait, hold up. Let me think about this one. That I have. Top 10. Yeah, Japanese has more sound combinations than HanziHero sound combinations. In terms of mnemonics, the mnemonic system has more combinations that I need to remember. The read letters are already the main issue. The numbers are fine. The meanings are fine. Oh, wait, you mean like these things? Like SUP, like Boo? I guess you got Bugs Bunny, right? BU and then Infirmary. Like these things? Oh, okay. Yeah, they take a little bit. I hope you have fun at least, or learn a possibility. You don't have to stick with it, but it is kind of funny to see if you're able to adjust to something. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun learning this system. It was probably the most engaging thing. I think Wanikani was fine. It was really fun to read their mnemonics at first. And then it had a scaling problem. You're questioning your brain's horrible memory? You'll be fine. You're not testing memory yet, though, right? I don't think you're testing memory yet.
忧
Drawn out.
荒
Slam. No, oh, your short-term memory? Oh, for the stuff? Well, I'm kind of distracting you too, you know? Kind of distracting you as well.
忧
I understand that it might seem like I'm not distracting myself, but I do this all the time, so it might not be as comfortable for you. You forget the thing was Boo after literally 10 seconds? Oh, Bugs Bunny. How often do you study while talking to someone? Or like, how often? What I mean is, it could be because the environment is different. Like, you don't, I imagine you don't talk to people while you're studying. When I was when I was in college, usually we would study, but we also spent a lot of time talking to each other. Like, we follow each other's conversations, and then we like group studying is a important aspect of my like middle life education. So oftentimes I get used to having a conversation while still holding my train of thought on whatever I'm currently doing. Often it's not very distracting or unusual. Okay, interesting. We're gonna have to really think about that short-term thing. I think there's a lot of things to be gained on the short-term side of things. No, it limits how much you can do. Yeah, because you have to schedule. You have to follow the schedule. Yeah, it starts like, oh, you can go to settings to change the amount. Wait, but you can go to the settings to change the amount. You have to change it in the settings. It's up to 40 lessons a day. So it's about your volume. Like maybe double your volume. So you have to go in the settings. Sandwiches.
狭
What the sandwiches? Search.
度
Ooh, is bad news bears, man. I can do.
盐
Yeah, the stupid short-term memory thing is problematic. I want to say, whenever you mention the short-term memory thing, I feel like it's because there's something that you don't really observe too much. Like, we gotta find a way to get you to, like, maybe encourage you to intrinsically focus and take in some information and then see and test it, because I don't think that's I don't necessarily think that's normal. Like I don't know, a potential genetic restriction. Like what I mean is, you're in high school, you passed a lot of courses already, right? All that stuff. That would suggest that there is no developmental delay in anything. So it's interesting to see what type of habits that you had that contributes to something that's just not clicking, in my opinion. I don't think is a short-term memory, like genetically component short-term memory situation. I mean, you wouldn't otherwise be getting excellent grades up to this point, right? Because there are obvious ways to tell when someone lacks short-term memory. You're terrible at finding things in a room, and so your father, and you're not sure if that's a related thing. Oh, interesting. I think we can build a routine. I know I sound like a broken record. It's like routine this, routine that. It's hard to know until a routine is placed into place for a consistent amount of time to see if the duration goes up. I did mention this before. Most of the time when I watch a movie, for example, here's one that feels like I have short-term memory problems. When I was younger, I don't believe this. I just feel like it's like this. There was a time when I used to listen to songs, like I listened to music, right? And oftentimes I used to play the violin in school. So whenever we sight read pieces, I was a violinist, so we play it, and then instantly half of the violinists would know how to play back parts of the pieces. I wouldn't even know what the first note was. Like I was lost without sheet music. Like when people play something and they just play it back, I'm like, I have no idea. Like what happened? Everything is gone. So for the record, there are still things that I do that completely I just don't know what's going on after. So I wanted to share that because I think it's particular things. You have good grades. You're about to graduate high school. That means something else is working in terms of that department. Not having short-term memory is it has a very noticeable consequence. However, I can tell you that I had experiences where I swear I can't remember anything without it being written down or displayed. So that was when I was 14 till 18 years of age. I could not for the life of me remember things that I literally did a couple minutes ago. Like we would play 5 measures of a piece, and I'm like, I don't remember the first measure already. I already forgotten the first measure. So I just stick to reading sheet music. It was one of the crutches that kept me from being like a good violinist, like a violinist to compete with the better violinists who can like do solos and perform from memory. I couldn't do that. Like, I don't think I've ever performed a single piece from memory. It was so difficult. So, to share, I don't necessarily think it's a short-term memory thing. I think it might be more so trying to find something you can practice in a way that can get you to that point. To this day, I still can't play anything from memory, so... Like, when I play guitar and stuff, I can't play it from memory. My pitch acuity is okay. Like what I mean is, if I listen to music and I can tell you like, oh, that's a G sharp or an F minor, that type of thing. but I can't remember like music. Like when I'm humming back a tune that I've heard like a bunch of times, I swear I'm tone deaf. Actually, I don't have to swear that I'm tone deaf. People have literally called me and questioned and asked if I was tone deaf. So like when I'm humming back a song that I've listened to like 300 times, it might be a little bit off tune or off key. That still exists. That still exists. So, oh, you can remember music tunes very well. So like when you sing it, back, right? It should be in key, or like the pitch and stuff should be on accurate, and I can't reproduce it. I can produce the cadence and the structure of what it's supposed to be, but it's not specific enough to tell people what the nuances of the pitches. So there are plenty of examples where my memory is not in line with things. The question is, what are the things that you can use that you have an intuition for? Then sound is the key. And if you're saying you can remember it, then sound is the key. Like now you have to start working on sound. I am more of a conceptual person. So like you have a very bad vocal range. Okay. Yeah, your mother always complains that neither of us can find butter in the fridge in front of us. Well, then your mother will have done something to make the memory thing work. And you ask her to help you find things and that end up being in front of you. That might be more of an attention thing as opposed to a memory thing. We'll have to brainstorm about that. Yeah, for myself, I've learned to overcome or compensate for those things. Like conceptual hearing is what I use. So most of the time when I remember things, it's conceptual, conceptually abstract. It's not verbatim. I don't have eidetic memory. I do not also have detailed oriented memory. So for example, I don't know details. I basically don't know details. I try to overlap with connecting ideas to make up for my spotted recollection. Like if someone asked me to play music back, right? They would play a music, right? If they play music and I'll play it back, it would be slightly different. If you ask me to draw something, it would be slightly different, and it would be intentionally slightly different, as opposed to trying to reproduce exactly the thing, because my memory doesn't work that way, or it's not trained to work that way right now. You really can't find how to do the next character on the thing. You feel like the butter incident right now? Oh, I actually don't remember, Mika, how many things you can do in the beginning. So it is in the setting, but I'm not entirely sure if in the beginning they do it slowly. I really genuinely do not remember what it was like for day one. It could be really short. Wanikani was short too, so I'm guessing it was slow. Like it doesn't ramp up or something. I don't actually remember. I have no idea. I think it was only 10 lessons, Mika. Pretty sure I only did 10 lessons and I moved on to the next day. You only have 10 lessons. That was a default, 10 lessons a day. So at most you can turn it up to 40 lessons and you have to wait till the next day for it to happen. So like you might have already done your 10 lessons, and those 10 lessons are going to go into review tomorrow. But you'll also have lessons. And that's how it works every single time. So new lessons, it goes into review tomorrow. And then new lessons every single day. So if you set it to 40, which is the highest, I remember doing 10 lessons for like the first month. Tomorrow you'll have 40 plus 10 review. So then the following day is kind of like, I really don't know how it works all that well. Like the following day, you'll have another 40 lessons. And then 40 review from the previous day. Didn't you technically do 2 lessons? Or I have no idea. I have no idea. I hope you figure it out. Let me know. Alright, baby. I do have to get going. We're kind of... we're running out of time. Let's see. Ying... Shellfish, baby. Shellfish. Ooh. What in the world? You don't look like anything. Yoshi is in front of the English manor, sitting on the immaculate lawn. Suddenly, a woman comes up to him and hands him 2 shellfish, then runs away. Before Yoshi can ask her anything, the 2 shellfish open up, each containing a baby. The babies start crying, and Yoshi tries to calm them. Alright, this is good. Yoshi's fine. Good to go. Ying Yar. I don't remember Ying at all. Nan Ying. Nu Ying. Interesting.
Ying.
Yeah, no, this really is the butter incident. Don't worry about pausing to write or spend time. Like in here. Okay. Alright.
Jing.
Jing. That does look like Jing, actually. Monarch. No, we're just running out of time. You haven't lowered my productivity yet. But we're kind of running out of time. So we're like getting close to the last couple 30 minutes. So we're like within the last hour now. So we want to talk about a really important topic. There's only 1 hour left before I go overtime. Ching, okay. Actually, it's more like Ching. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we don't have a. I'm thinking of Ching. Okay. Well, Julius Caesar is a monarch, so. Or not. Yes, sort of, I guess. Emperor, good enough. Julius Caesar is in front of the infirmary doing an inspection in his capacity as monarch. He holds a golden rake as he walks up and down the lawn, which is lined with doctors and nurses. One accidentally sneezes on him, the monarch, to which he takes the rake and jams it into their mouth. Everyone watches silently, scared to further anger the monarch. Alright. Jingzi. A gentleman. Alright. Jing Chu. Fair enough.
Jing. Tang.
Tang? Oh no, it's another dynasty name. Oh man. Okay, Tarzan is inside the chapel where he stands guard for a priceless and holy Tang Dynasty pen that they have there. Enclosing the pen is a Tang Dynasty little shack. The chapel? If anyone gets closer, Tarzan bites them with his mouth. Okay. Looks like your day 1 was just 2. Oh, well, there you go. Isn't that a way to lean in? It's just 2. I don't know what my Wanikani day 1 is. I think Wanikani is a little higher. It might have been like... I did all the lessons, so it's probably a little higher. Wanikani recommends like 10 lessons by default a day. You can change the option, so make sure to change the option. Make sure to go into settings and change that before the reset. The reset is actually in 2.5 hours. It resets on the same day. No, I know. For next time, the reset time is in 2 hours and 40 minutes, whichever time that is. It's the same reset time every day. So, the thing that I described with Wanikani, that's not the same. Wanikani is staggered. Wanikani does a stagger reset. So they do like 4, 8, 12, 24, 36 or something like that. HanziHero is the same time every day. You know, when I'm bored through it, I'll just start Wanikani too, but without intent to necessarily continue. Yeah, I mean, you have a month of Wanikani, so you might as well, like, I suppose. Alright, I think I'm just gonna take... Well, we'll just see. Tang Chao. Makes sense. Tang Shu. Okay. That's awfully specific.
唐真
Dun. Seems you forgot your login. Oh. Wait, you had an account? If you had an account... Huh. Jun. Why do you look like Te? Te? Or you are Te? Chast. Faithful. What do you mean invalid password? Happens. I don't remember a Jun that looks like this. James Bond is in front of the infirmary trying to seduce a loyal nurse who is already married. He leans against a building seductively, fighting a thin magic stick with a shellfish hanging off the end as a makeshift rose of okay, alright, you're trying to. Alright, James Bond is in front of the infirmary. It's an email issue. You have like 15 or so emails. Dang. James Bond is in front of the infirmary. Let's say flirting with a loyal nurse of the target. Maybe like a loyal undercover nurse. He exchanges some shellfish for her services in retrieving the high-tech, I don't know, the special magic stick for his missions, for his mission. Okay. Is there dark mode? No, you have to apply a script to turn it dark. The tamper monkey. That might require a little too much effort. I'm not sure. Zhong. Oh, okay. Loyal. Steadfast. Yan Zheng. Steadfast. Makes sense.
真
You have Tamper Monkey, but not on PC, right? Oh, I see.
衰
Try a... Yeah, it's all API. Wanikani is altered all at API, and so you technically can do all of that at some point, but you would need to go look for it in the forums. And the forums have a specific the forum has a specific category for it. It's like app third-party API stuff. And then it's as simple as installing the script, of course. Should I... Ooh, wait. Oh. No. Why? You already used Wanikani once and quit from Confusion some time back? Okay. I'm not sure how Wanikani works then if you already created a login. Yeah. Because I thought the timer starts when you use it. I don't know. Wanikani has a 1 month time limit, so I'm not sure how that works out with existing logins. HanziHero doesn't have a time limit. Site seems to let you start a lesson. Oh, okay. Sherlock Holmes is in front of the high school. I can't believe there's only 2 lessons for HanziHero. Maybe it's because you never finished the lesson. Oh, okay. I still can't believe the first HanziHero thing was 2 lessons. Wow. Anyways. Sherlock Holmes is in front. Sherlock Holmes is in front of the high school where his wits... Oh, I know why I don't remember it's 2 lessons. Because I did an opening opinions piece. So actually, most of the hours were like 2 or 3 hours prefacing day 1. And then I went right into it and it only took like a little time. So most of the time was doing the introduction. Right, I remember this. That's why it felt so long the first day, because I was doing summaries and stuff. I was doing an open opinion thing, yapping. Sherlock Holmes is in front of the high school where his wits has declined. Sure. He wears a dress and walks around with his mouth permanently dragged along the ground. Some high school kids asked him some simple questions and he felt okay. Hold on. We're not doing that. Come on. That's the first time I've seen a ground go straight through a mouth. Alright. Sherlock is in front of the high school. Where he is inquiring, maybe. He is inquiring. He's asking, so mouth. Asking by word of mouth, sure. Word of mouth. Some students, I don't know, dressed with the school dress on school grounds, right? On school grounds. I don't know, struggling to find a student that doesn't decline to answer to volunteer information, something like that, for his case. All right. Decrepit. 衰老。衰退。Decline. Oh, okay.
衰
Okay.
阴衰
Heck. Oh, Jun. Whoops. What? Oh, is it in the front? Wait, what is this? Oh, the shack and the...
糖
Oh my gosh, tongue is bad. Bad news bears.
真君
Oh, I think I screwed up. Hold up. Oh no, I didn't write anything. Oh, I didn't even notice it was in the front. All right. Tomorrow, time management is really going to suck. Definitely going for early, long sleep in the evening. I see. Ugh. I need to hopefully hit this up. What's today? Okay. Need to hit this up and I need to get to bed. Or I need to sleep after eat properly. We're kind of behind on our stuff. But we're gonna be lenient here. Okay.
潮
Heck.
契约
我们必须遵守契约的条款。
生4月
4月是春天的一个月份。
In the future, you'll provide less. No, we're still fine. It was more like from yesterday. Slept a little late, but these are not really out of the ordinary. What in the tarnation? 这是一个 something 慢的晚餐。Baloney. Man. Okay. That's a bologna. That's a bologna sandwich right there.
签
Yeah, that's true. But it's not related to stream though.
印
What? Hmm.
柳叶，
柳叶在风中飘动，
Whoops. Those are leaves.
能耗，
你每天的能耗是多少？
眼镜，
他买了一副眼镜，
卷，
Heck. Dang it.
朗，
Heckin' doggo. Inu is.
犬，
Feel like it's Lan Man. Oh wait. I think it's Lan Man. Wait. That doesn't make any sense. Is it? It is Lan Man.
浪漫，
这是一
Lan
个
Man.
浪漫的晚餐。
How do I know it's Lang? It just feels like Lang. This happens a lot now. Especially this happens a lot in Chinese, especially in Chinese. I'm just like that's Lang Man, but I have no idea what it is. Overflow. Oh. Oh, it's wave. Yeah, right. Lang. Okay. Lang Man. Okay. What? What? Yeah. That one's definitely her. Her is the right one, right? Gotta be her. Yes, and then like 仙鹤
显赫，
或显赫。
这是一所显赫的学校，
Like honor, prestigious, glory, distinguish. All right, it's fine. I can't spell. Okay. 放风筝。
放风筝，
他喜欢跟朋友一起放风筝。
Where's the rain coming from? It's so hard learning the new ways of how they do characters, like bar, fins, etc. Oh yeah. Yes. You definitely got to You know what's funny? HanziHero and Wanikani don't agree on any of those. So I actually know 2 sets of them. There are some that they agree. I think like 60 or 70% of them agree. agree. But the other 40 or 30%, you have to remember another set. And then sometimes they call something else, and then something else. So like what's a fin could be a horn in the other. Why is the plus called a cross? Like cross is Y is but cross, not a plus, like 1 plus 1. It's a cross, more like the religious symbol cross. Like the Anglican Church cross. Wooden. Where's the rain coming from? Oh, no, it's not that. Is it? No. Yeah, I have no idea where the rain is coming from. Dang. Something makes me want to type second eyeball. It was okay yesterday. Oh, now we're like scooping up. We'll just come back. I feel like it's something xiang. Oh, whoops, that's a typo.
担心，
这将是他担心的见证。
铁匠，
铁匠需要很多力气来。
增加，
增加，
我们要增加产量。
heck, hold.
后坤，
我们需要为后坤留下资源。
漂浮，
湖面上漂浮着几只小船。
子，
like meticulous, diligent. We're gonna go with meticulous. Okay. Huh. Ugh. Oh, whoops.
尼姑，暴力，
暴力是不对的。
Heck. You ran out of things to do? I see. Patience. Although in this case, description. Not really that great.
社区，
社区服务。
Not patient? No.
记，
I know.
乙，芭蕾，
我姐姐是一个芭蕾舞者。
景， 意
What? Oh, this is totally brimming. Yeah, overflowing. It's fine. All right. Am I ready? I'm not ready. Yeah, I don't know where the rain is coming from. Is there even a remote chance that I'll get this? Probably not. The sun is coming out, the birds are birding. Birding. The signs of questionable sleep schedule, yeah. Oh, maybe it's... Oh, I felt all right with that one. Just okay.
脊梁
每个人都应该做有脊梁的人。
墨 微博
这个计划只有微薄的成功机会。
微博这个计划只有微薄的成功机会。Maybe you should form a coffee addiction to work with your bad sleep habits. That'll solve your issue, right? Yeah, that sounds like a... If you're unable to manage something else, trying to manage a new thing to manage the old thing, that sounds interesting. I've forgotten. It's like slight or meager. Okay. Excuse me. What?
焚烧
他们焚烧了旧文件。
It's probably a good thing to not like coffee under these circumstances. Probably. Silver lining. Another thing to manage is probably not the great. I'm getting lost on the eyeball. Yeah, so figure it out. Strong. Oh no, it's frosting. Like frost. Yeah, we're gonna have to add something about. It can't be about the. It can't be about the eye that he's looking for. It's got to be about his eyes, or else otherwise I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able. We need to make it about his eyes. Of course, in context, it's fine.
糖霜
我喜欢吃带糖霜的饼干。
Heck.
Dan. 提供，
我们提供免费咖啡。
我们提供免费咖啡，免费咖啡。It's like, yeah, we have sentence stuff. It's like bring together, provide. Okay, it's fine.
顶，
Oh no.
口臭，
定期刷牙可以预防口臭。
住，
The heck? Heck. Oops, that's Japanese.
陷入，
我不想陷入爱情。
Hang on. That's supply, right? Supply.
禁止，
禁止停车。
Oh, here's something, which I'm not sure. So we talked about a bunch of things about Chinese, right? Near the end. Chinese also pairs things up a lot of times. So the vocabulary leads to more character retention than the way Japanese do combos. So like I don't know if that becomes really obvious a lot of times where the vocabulary should usually be nearly objectively easy, but there's still subjectivity involved in it, obviously. But the way the way vocabulary words are read, they are often paired. For example, like this is. So when you saw like the doubles, you know how like doubles in kanji, like, oh yeah, you remember this one. Right? Mondai. Mondai. This is mantai. So every time there's like two characters together in Japanese, they end up close to the Chinese because Chinese is paired up. Yeah, this is problem. And this is problem. And they sound similar. Yeah. There are equivalent reads to some extent. Oh. Something makes me want to type ja. Where's the Jing? Oh no. I don't know. Alright. No, that sucks.
双，
Oh yeah, familiar characters. Mm-hmm. Why the heck is there some tigers and some legs? What is this?
虎，
Oh, because it's a tiger. Okay.
乃是
耐心乃是学习的关键。
Oh. Really? Huh. Oh. Why does a tiger have legs? Yeah, I know. Man, that's not it. It doesn't make any sense. Did I change up the... Yeah, I don't know the right... Bing, oh my gosh, let's go fix Bing. Bing is not good. Again, it's not the first time, actually. Yeah, it's fine. What? Oh. 嘉宾。
嘉宾
主持人向嘉宾提问了几个问题。
辣养海湾
我们在海湾边露营。
梅花
梅花在冬天开放。
What? Wait. Did I screw this up? 梅花. Oh, blossom instead of flower. That's fine.
好像
他好像生病了。
Or it seems. Oops.
历届
历届的学生都很成功。
历届的学生都很成功。Like, yeah, all previous. Okay, fine.
汉朝
汉朝是中国历史上最重要的朝代之一。
建传读音
读音不准。
读音不准。Pronunciation, I guess.
长寿
保持快乐是长寿的秘诀。
I think that's just longevity. Okay.
美美，
他每每工作到深夜。
Oh, I guess day after day or something. It's good.
港，约会，
我们约会去看电影。
Yeah, it's to agree to meet. Which is a date. Fine. Oh, 低价. Or every day, often, yeah, it's fine. Day by day. So very, very similar. So how do you decide how much to do? I do all of it and then move on. We always just do all of it. Whatever is available at the time. Each and every day.
累，
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
.更好，
往后的日子会更好。
It's like good, like better, just right. All the, it's fine. Oh, this is gay. Okay. 低价
低价，
低价出售。
毫米
毫米，
1公尺
heck
含有
in-
1000毫米。
Wait, is it millimeter? Oh my god.
肾脏，
我们都有2个肾脏。
东夷，
历史书中记载了东夷的起源。
Abyss? Okay.
可怕，
可怕的梦。
Hang on. It doesn't look like what it's supposed to. Right, we worked on this, right? Zhang Ji.
撞击，
船撞击了岩石。
Dang it, that's Japanese. Wait, am I going nuts? Oh yeah, yeah.
陆地，
这片陆地非常肥沃。
Like, wait a minute, chi is not a thing, right? Yeah, it's not. No cheese, no cheese. Fa木工人。
伐木工人，
伐木工人每天清晨进入森林工作。
Oh, what?
隐患，
尽早发现隐患很重要。
翻脸，
那个人有可能翻脸。
Undian. Turn against. Wow. Okay. Guoba. What's Guoba? Wait. Oh, Guoba. Ah! What? Oh, it's probably Guoba.
抱怨，
他经常抱怨工作太累。
Which way do you turn an unlabeled radiator knob to be warmer? I think you're supposed to loosen it. Yeah. Try. Hopefully you don't like loosen it all the way, but it's supposed to get loosened, I think. If you know what I mean. So you turn towards it until it's like completely locked, and it's like loosening it. I think it's to be warmer, because you're like trying to release the valve. So the valve is getting tighter, you're closing it. I think, but hear me out. The lefty righty thing, yeah, I think so. So lefty loosey, so it should be like, it should feel less resistant, but don't take my word for it, because I don't know how radiators work anymore. This is like resentment, so maybe like complaint. Okay.
锅巴，忘，
Hear me out. Isn't this what do you, how do you feel about this? Death plus woman equals absurd. This feels like that channel where they like unlearn Japanese. Like unlearn Japanese where like death, woman, absurd. It's usually when they do the gags like daughter, female, market. Or no, I think it's female good. Depending on which language you're using. You remember JP characters for cheap as women are cheap about buying some things? Yeah. A lot of the women things are pretty funny. Like they're funny in a way that if you're aware of trying to spin it in a serious way, it makes sense. But if you read it really liberally, like on first glance, you're like, wait, say what? And then it can be explained like in a more extravagant way. Like it has a very down to earth, like grounded story behind the character. But if you're reading it out of context and you're just looking at it immediately, it's like, wait a minute, what are they trying to say? And then you let your like cynicism, the new modern age cynicism to take hold. It's like, what are they talking about? It's like, well, women is usually the older sister is the one that goes to the market. Oh, female markets for older sister, right? It's like, oh, that makes sense now. It's like not female in market, like female for the market. Oh, we had that before. We had one of those before when we were going over one of your things. When I was explaining one of the mnemonics, is like, don't worry about it. It's just that's just, yeah, it can be explained formally, but it's also funny literally out of context. Yeah, I enjoyed those. Those things are pretty funny on first glance whenever you're learning them. Oh no. 直译 oh no, what is Pretty sure that's clinch. Clinch idea.他执意说，他执意是说自己是对的。哦哦 ，okay. It sounds like something else. Okay, it's fine. I will figure it. I'll figure it out. What, the watchtower in MAKU? What?我常常感 something 时光飞是时光飞逝。You have older sister memorized as the older sister like goes and moves to the city to go and party and get drunk and all that. Like the woman. Oh, okay. I don't know where the watchtower in the mouth goes. What the heck? It's not low. Feeling what? Shi guan fei shi. So by very often. I genuinely have no idea what the mouth has anything to do. Let's go with heck.
执意
他执意说自己是对的。
Insist. In the description, why is the dev listed as developer for HanziHero but developer for Wanikani? Oh, that must be a typo. So I guess we'll fix the typo. Yeah, there are a few typos here and there. I remember I fixed that typo some way back and I forgot. So I'll have to fix that typo. I fixed it recently, but I might have copied and pasted the... Oh, I know what I need to fix. Oh no, I don't think I can do that. Okay, we're gonna have to be really clever about it. I fixed all the video ones. I didn't fix the live stream ones, which had been copy paste for like 300 videos. So I don't know. We'll see. I could leave it in. That's where the that's where it is. See? Fun, I know.
风 尿 分泌
为分泌胃酸来消化食物。
I'm just gonna go with it.
异常
他是一个异常的男人。
The heck? Unconventional? Different? Unusual? Okay. Fine. Alright. Dang it. I don't know where the tower, the watchtower is. 我常常 very often feel I mean, do I have a chance? Let me think. Do I have a chance of how many towers do I have? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. It's not that one. Ah, dang it. Hmm.
滑梯，
小朋友喜欢在滑梯上玩耍。
没
Second rows. Here is what height? Oh, here is what height am I? I'm 5'7". uh.
钻孔，
你可以在墙上钻孔吗？
Drill a hole or dig a hole. Drill a hole. Whoops. Wait. Hmm.
监视，
这栋建筑有24小时的监视。
You didn't even know how tall most people are? Oh. What made you suddenly interested in how tall people are? What? Oh no.
悬殊，
成绩悬殊很明显。
一，明显。Expense? It's different plus, yeah, it's different, it's fine. Random thoughts? I see.
扫描，
我需要扫描一些照片。
scan.
周
Oh no.
正 岛
don't you sometimes wonder random things about people too? I do. Yes. Maybe not randomly, but I do. What? Huh.
症状
他的症状越来越严重，
Like disease symptoms. Yeah, condition. It's fine. Okay.
桑叶
桑叶是蚕的食物，
壮
Mm-hmm. What in the... Wait.
逗趣
这部电影的故事非常逗趣，
Like... Great interest or interesting, amusing. It's quite strange how much people around you grew in height since you skipped 4 years. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember being interested in height before, back in teenager years. You know, there were times where people over the summer became like giants overnight. Actually, during that time, most of the time, it didn't even take years. It took like months. They would become giants in months.
儒将
这位儒将拥有深厚的学识，
Heck.
丙
Did I have anything left? No. Man. Power. Oh, wait. No, that's Slender Man. No, there's no. Tekken Sai. Oh my goodness. This is actually one of the kanji that I am. Oh my gosh. This is actually one of the kanji that I have currently. And it's the same pronunciation. That's ton. That's literally ton for both Japanese and Chinese. Well, that feels kind of embarrassing. Literally ton. Whoops.
芭蕉
芭蕉喜欢温暖的气候，
It's time to quit.
曲
Yeah, these sessions take 2 hours. It takes about 2 hours for every HanziHero. from beginning to end. If you don't do anything extra, like if you scratch out just the HanziHero part, it's probably like an hour and a half. What? Oh no, that's way. Oh no. Why would I draw a blank here? Okay.
巫师，
他是一个强大的巫师。
Yay, more stuff. I mean, that's only if you do 20 lessons a day. That's assuming you do 20 lessons a day. You double the lessons, and you do all the reviews all at once. It takes about an hour and a half at the pace. Doing 10 lessons a day actually reduces that in half. Actually, it does actually correlate to half that time. And that's only after you do it for a month. It takes like you need to go around a full cycle before it actually stays consistent. Because the staggering thing. And yes, all Wanikani and HanziHero is built on an SRS where like if you miss a day, your momentum will like get crushed. And then you'll get behind and behind and behind and behind, and all of a sudden you're looking at a stack of like 3,000. The point of the SRS is to keep you consistent, right? No, it's streak based. It's consistent based. Yeah, it's consistent based. Every day you have reviews to do. So when you skip a day, your momentum is sapped and then it piles up. Like on average, Wanikani, when you're in a groove and you do everything all the time, if you skip 3 days, you're probably looking at a stack of 300 or 400. 300 and 400. In HanziHero is not quite there. 3 or 4 days? Yeah, we're looking at 500 or 600 reviews. I'm kidding. They're about the same. Like roughly 400 or 500 reviews the moment you stop. For like 3 or 4 days. There is vacation mode, and I did use vacation mode. When I was away for 5 days at Otakon, we put it on pause. Those are the only 5 days. It'll still be part of your statistics, so you know exactly when you took vacation. Like here. This year, I am out of town for 5 days. So right here. Otakon was from these days. This weekend. Yeah, so you just have a linear graph. This is slightly tapered here because I did 10 lessons a day, and then somewhere around here is when 20 lessons a day happen. Oh no, it leaves a small line that's so personally upsetting. No, this tells me exactly when I took my day. This is perfect. It tells me that I was consistently planning everything. Because I know exactly what happened here. It's very different from it's upsetting if you had no control over it. It's never upsetting. But the pretty graph, well, once this extends out, it'll look exactly symmetrical. You can't zoom in, or it's unfortunate. This is pretty. A straight line is not pretty. A straight line is basic. Come on, we're artists here, right? Straight lines are basic. Very impressive architecture is pretty. You know? Right? This is basic. this is interesting, right? And then now it looks more interesting. You really still don't know how you write so well with a mouse? I was about to describe it to you. I guess I claw my mouse. So like I use my fingers to guide it. So like I'm only moving my fingers to guide the movement because this is a really small portion of my screen. So I'm not moving my hand or my wrists. I'm only moving my fingers. Like to get from here to here, I'm not moving anything but my fingers. So my fingers are shuffling the mouse back and forth. Yeah. So it's kind of like when you're doing brushwork. You're like gliding across. You're gliding. It's one smooth motion. And the way to get lines most of the time for me is you do fast motion. Oh, was that with the mouse? Or were you using a pen? So when it comes to drawing, I always use fast motion. I don't know if you've ever seen this. I know you didn't. I know you don't play games and you were on a hiatus from games, like you mentioned that yesterday. I don't know if you've ever seen two types of mouse users. Because you know when you're playing FPSs, right? When you're playing FPSs, right? One of the things is there's two very noticeable noticeable types of aiming, so to speak. It is how I would illustrate this. There's one aiming where you're trying to be smooth, which you can still do, right? You can still do, for sure. But the type of way I do it is I do the other one, and it's kind of like better. It's more known in the Asian, like the Eastern competitive, and it's I twitch, so like this. Oh, never mind. You're talking about how that not mouse grips. Okay. Oh no, not mouse grips. Yeah, I'm talking about how to move in terms of your mouse. So, despite what your mouse grip is, your movements have to be articulate. So, regardless of where you go, you get used to doing articulation. And I actually don't grip my mouse very much. I grip like nothing. It's like moving your pen across a surface. So it's more like a brush. I move across like a brush. So my hand is like across, going across, like it's going like left and right. Like I'm doing this. It's not moving. It's actually, my hand's more steady on a mouse than it's on a pen, obviously. So, right. That's how the best I can describe it. I'm not gripping my mouse. Like, there's no mouse gripping when I'm doing this. Me and Shooter is like, I don't even want to know. You're a high sense. Oh, okay. Yeah, mine is really low sense. So, like, this, it's because my monitor is so big that this movement right here is pretty low sense. And I still move my wrist, by the way. Yeah, I still move my wrist. But when I'm drawing something very small, like this, it involves a very small motion. But if I'm going from here to here, you can still see it wobbles a little. So in order to do that, I lock my elbow and I swing across. So you slowly glide across, but you can still see there's like a startup. And the way to limit the short lines is to do it like this. So you break it up. Yeah, I pivot around my arm like this way. So like I pivot my arm. I typically don't swing my wrist too much. Like you hold it down and you slide across. When you're going long distance, whoops, my mouse got caught. Right. So that's what I do most of the time. Wrist movements can still work when you have to flick, but I don't flick very often. There's no flicking, like just doing like this motion. I don't flick around too much. You have clean, straight line envy right now. I haven't ever seen someone so fascinated with straight lines. You can't even draw straight lines with pens. I thought you had a pen on hand. My straight lines suck on pens. So like if I have to do a straight line, it's tough because my tablet surface is really small, so I can't go across without the surface evening. So when I'm doing a straight line, you can still see that it bowls a little, right? It's still kind of, the moment I hit like the corner of this tablet, because this tablet surface is very small compared to when I hit the corner, my hands is actually not, it's not leveled anymore. So typically when I'm doing artwork, I would confine it. So I have to confine it to a length. And then that's how I keep the line straight. It's only to the amount that it doesn't cause my hand to fall off the edge. Maybe one day I'll invest in like a larger tablet or like a surface that allows my hand to stay leveled. But generally speaking, in pens, I need to do that. You do have various devices for some reason. Yesterday and last time you were on PC. You do have a drawing tablet, but you can't find a way to use 2 monitors and tablets, so you ditched the tablet a while ago. I see. And then you have an iPad. Okay. Clip Studio Paint. Instead of Procreate? Unbecoming of an iPad digital artist enjoyer. No Procreate. How dare you? Apple's gonna have something to say about that. I'm kidding. Oh, you have? IB, Procreate, CSB? Oh, okay. You've done the whole trio? Oh, I see. I've only used one freehand drawing program. And that was Krita. Just make it work. Just make it work. What?
无畏的人敢于挑。
The best way you can describe Procreate is it feels like drawing with liquid that warps. You don't like it a ton? That's fair. I would say it's a skill issue, but I'm kidding. Might actually be a skill issue. But I haven't used any other program, so I don't really know. I can't tell you anything. Well, I can tell you that a lot of people disagree with you, so I don't know. I'll take your word for it. I think you might be talking about the kind of somewhat like liquidy, muddy like feeling. It's the like less responsive possibly ish. Your art literally skipped the whole phase when you swap from Procreate to CSP. I mean, that's fine. I'm glad to hear that your Clip Studio Paint phase was good. But what you're saying is not is something that is anecdotal, and there's far too many people that would contrast your perspective. What is this prospector instant? Oh wait.
端
Oh wait. It's kind of like super or upright, like making sure upright. Yeah. No, please trust you. I mean I can't. Like the reason is lots of the artists that I watch do not say that. So I can't really tell you. I've known artists a lot more before. In fact, I actually know some people who use Procreate. Personally. And then people who use Clip Studio Paint. But regardless of what I trust or not, I haven't used CSP or Procreate. So it's irrelevant what program I use. I use Krita because it's free. It's not a trust me bro situation.
摧毁
火灾摧毁了整个森林。
顺遂
他的人生一直很顺遂。
萌发
希望在他的心中萌发。
You don't have to convince me. I don't use either. So there's like you're not gonna even sell me on Clip Studio Paint either. Someone what was it? Krita is the same as Duolingo. When it came to doing artwork over the last 4 years or 5 years now of Inktober, right? I get that comment where someone asks like, "Oh, what program do you use?" And I'm like, "I use Krita. It's under the description." And then someone said like, "Oh yeah, I tried Krita, but it always freezes and like it feels like you're drawing in molasses, and Clip Studio Paint is better." And I'm like, "Okay, that's good to know." Like I don't have a basis for relative, but good for you. I guess I'll be able to produce it in Clip Studio Paint. Are you gonna pay it for me? I suppose. If you do, I mean, I'll give Clip Studio Paint a try. I'm probably gonna still be able to produce the same things that I have done with Krita. Okay, you sent 2 examples. It'd be cool if you click and check now for the sake of trying to justify this. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. Like, you're choosing. Yeah, like I don't know which one's which. Like, this was the two before, then after. You promise you're on something here. That's not true. That's not what this looks like. Like, no, I disagree with you. Actually, I kind of like the... Yeah, your brushes are different. They're not even the same thing. You'll convince someone one day? Yeah, like... Oh, just so the record, the 2 before is with Procreate, right? Or the 2 after is Procreate. I think the left lines, the top left one is better than the right one. Top right one. And then the left one, you have less consistent density, and your line things are less consistent density. Your right one is using a different density, so you can't compare them to. 2 before is Procreate. Well, the top left has a far more consistent line density than the top right one. The 2 sheets with a lot of sketch are cap. Oh wait, you're talking about the 2 on top or the 2 on the left? Or um oh, well, you're not drawing the same things, so it doesn't really matter. Like, you're not onto anything because you didn't draw the same things. Yeah, you didn't draw the same things. So you're on to nothing. You literally showed me that you gained experience by switching to something and convince yourself that you're doing better. Like, that could easily explain the difference. I'm sorry. There's, like, doing this is not even close. Like, I thought you were comparing, like, a subject with a subject from left to right. But that's even worse. Because I think the line density on the top left is cleaner than the line density and artwork on the bottom. You just have more lines. Like, literally the bottom, you're telling yourself that it's better because you have more lines. The line quality on the bottom left one is worse than the line quality on the top left. To me. Like, it's shaky and but it's a different brush. So I can't even tell you if it's thing. The bottom right one looks fantastic, but again, the line density is different. And it looks like you're not drawing the same subject in. CSP does 3 months before payment if you ever want to test it. I don't have to test it. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. The problem here is I don't think you're using the same brush density for the top and the bottom, so I can't compare them. I don't even know what you're talking about. Although I am a fan of the top left brush quality, whatever you use there, which is the Procreate one. I don't mind some of the sketches. I think the one that I like is like the bottom right and whatever you used for like the middle subject. Not the waving one, but the one next to it. I like that line quality. It's so hard to tell. Are these different resolutions too? I almost even feel like these things are not even resolution locked. So yeah, I can't really tell. There's nothing I can tell about that. Sorry. Being resolution locked and not standardized and the... You think the res is different? Yeah. It's interesting. The only way I could probably tell if there's a difference is if I used a tablet. I would need an iPad. I don't have an iPad. Like, to really get at the heart of what you're trying to tell me, it's probably not going to be because of my PC. It's probably because I need to experience it on the iPad. I haven't ever drawn on a visible tablet before, so it's kind of interesting. It's one of the experiences that I would try next time. Yeah, so maybe I'll try to like pick up when I upgrade or like find time to do something. I'll try to get one because I don't really know what that's like either. Like using a screen projection. It's really interesting. I'll let you know if I notice it. Hear me out. I know it's gonna be different. Which way it's gonna go, I'm not sure. Like, what I mean is, switching from program to program, it's going to feel different. I'm not saying they're the same. iPads are not necessarily worth the price, but up to you. I didn't say I was gonna get an iPad, but that's a little bit of a leap of judgment there. But I said that I was gonna try to get a tablet, if I upgrade, but we're gonna still be in front of the PC. Isn't Procreate iPad? You never know. You never know. It's supposed to be iPad, but you never know. Don't. you never know. It's a software, so that's kind of like expecting Android not to have iOS. Or other methods? No, what I mean is you never know that Procreate will stay iPad exclusive. Kind of like how Androids can airdrop recently. It's a software. Let's see. Yeah, Androids can airdrop with a recent update. It's a big deal. It's quite a big deal. I don't know if Apple would be like, nah, you can't do this. But apparently they can. I don't airdrop I don't have any Mac equipment, so it's irrelevant to me, but it's a big deal because I understand like ecosystems, software ecosystems, like the importance of that. So pretty big deal, despite me not using anything from the Apple ecosystem at the moment. What am I doing?
剂量
每天的剂量不应该超过2片。
理睬
无论他怎么说，我都不理睬他。
我都不理睬他。Why am I not coming up with the right character? You should kind of consider iOS as a test someday, I suppose. I mean, I troubleshoot my parents' Apple devices. In Chinese. Or just my mother's devices. My father's not much on the tech side, but they both use iPads. Plates. Oh, notice. So like pay attention. YOLO.
细
Oh, okay. What the flower?
连
What is... The stupid pen is so overpriced. my tablet is $25 on a good day. You washed machine yours once, had to get another. Oh wait, how did that happen? Yeah, my Wacom CTL 472. Yeah, it's $25 on a good day. I used to have this like $10 XP pen as a demo for my first tablet use. The first one I had was a $10 SP pen. I forgot what the number on it was. Things do change though. Things do change. Like this mic arm, for example. The mic arm before it was a $15 Nuiner or whatever it is. Now we have a Rode, right? A Rode P2 whatever. Do something. My original mic is still here. This is an Audio Technica AT2020. So this is still kicking. Haven't replaced my mic yet. My webcam is a C920 from like 8 years ago. So it's still kicking. There was one time that the feed stopped showing up and I was like, oh no. I guess I need to get a new one. After 7 years. 7+ years. Yeah, there are some great electronics. Most of the stuff break because of the only time things broke is because I worn them down. Like the literal thing. Yeah, it's because of lighting. You have to understand, like, you know, art, photography, and stuff. It's because of the way lighting is situated and stuff. And then the color temperature and whatnot. Like, I still had my ring light from, my little tiny ring light from like 7 or 8 years ago. And now I've replaced it with something that's softer. Yeah. Yeah, there's a ring light here. And then the backdrop, right? They provide very specific. What does it look like without the extra light? Like the back light or the front light? The front light is a little crazy. Let's see. Still okay, right? I did this for fun before. This ring light is on the lowest setting. Okay, it's on the lowest setting. I did this for fun before. Now I'm gonna pretend like a nuclear explosion has gone off. Okay. Yeah, it's at 10%. Here's another example of color temperature. So the skin, yeah, I would not use, yeah. So the skin, right? My skin, I don't know if you've ever thought about how like light hits your face and like your skin color can be highlighted. So oftentimes someone like me can appear yellow, like slightly yellow depending on the color temperature. So this is set to a specific temperature. But if you're going for like, see, this would be kind of closer to the cool temperature that happens. But then I would have to change the backlight because this is clashing with the black backlight, which I typically prefer orange lights, so it would look very weird. So instead we just go with like this. Yeah. So that's kind of it makes me look like pale and stuff, and that's not actually the color of my skin. So whenever you use like blue lights or slightly fluorescent light on like someone, like for myself anyways, someone who has my complexion, it makes you kind of look ill, like you're kind of a little sickly pale. So oftentimes you want to use orange lights. So all of these are orange lights. You look really pale in every form of lighting. You get light bulbs. Soft brown lights can be very complimentary, or natural light, but I don't have a natural light. So I don't have a natural light box like one of those slightly more expensive combination of trying to mirror natural light. If you're on natural light, typically that paleness doesn't show up as paleness, but more like fair skinned. So oftentimes I'm orange, or like slightly on the brown or orange side, as opposed to the blue and yellow sometimes. Like sometimes the skin can become yellow, and that's kind of it looks jaundice, like someone's skin is a little jaundice, which I try to avoid that. And this is the result of not going outside for 4 years and not actually totally pale. Otherwise people will assume you're sick. Yeah. So since I started running, my face is a little darker, and some of my arm is a little darker because, like, oh no, it's not that bad right now. Yeah, it's really hard to see, but I have like this really weird line here. That's because of the running. I usually run in a short sleeve, so that can happen. But usually one winter and I'm 2 or 3 shades lighter. So oftentimes I tend to proliferate my room with yeah when it's flipping like this way. It's right here, like this line right here. But yeah. So sleeves, basically sleeves. But usually after the winter, the shade goes away because I'm not that tan. The flip line. Anyways, that's kind of one of those things. Cheap webcam, but very strategic lighting. And I am a fan of cozy brown lighting to make places feel comfy. So I'm not like a gamer red. Like I know this kind of looks red, but it's because the cam is not that great at picking up orange. So these are actually pinker than they are. They're actually orange lights. Did the lighting cost more than the webcam? Oh yeah, the webcam cost like, it was $60 on a good day, and that was 7 or 8 years ago. The ring light itself is $90. Like, I recently replaced it. The original ring light that I used was $5. So basically I upgrade as I go, and it ends up being like I understand what I'm buying next. So my original mic arm was $10. My original ring light was $5. Those are still the original LEDs. Those are the original LEDs. So those LEDs are like $9. I'm surprised my room didn't set on fire yet. And those panels are more expensive than anything that I've listed originally. Yeah, those panels were a little bit before. Wow, having a camera set up is so expensive. Yeah, it does. Yeah. This shelf, like the shelving was most recent acquisition. There's actually like 12 boxes. They're like $15 for like 16 boxes. I don't use all the 16 boxes. I have it staggered, so very most of the stuff that I start with are very cheap, so I can decide how to use them. And then I tend to invest in something that I know I will have for a lifetime. Yeah. People tell me something like, "Oh yeah, you have a monitor, and your monitor is like 500 USDs, right? On a good day, 500 USDs." And my first thought is, when was the last time you bought something, right? The $500 in a calendar year, I could make a difference of 500 in spending with the person that I'm talking to. So whenever people talk about, "Oh yeah, man, that's really expensive," or like, "Oh, I don't have enough money for that," I would typically ask them like, "So how much did you spend this year?" Because oftentimes the better question is, how much time do you consistently spend? Because microtransactions or smaller purchases add up more than bigger purchases. Typically, psychologically and mentally, bigger purchases tend to force the person to make a lot of careful liberation. Smaller purchases add up. Like, for example, one person I talked to before is like, "So how often do you go to Starbucks?" And immediately in that year, they would have been able to buy my monitor without, if they decide not to go to Starbucks. That's kind of the thing about finances. You got to also understand how you spend. You justified over 100 on a new keyboard base, but you're too cheap for a mic arm. You use a standstill. How's the mic quality itself? It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's hard to know the mic quality when your speaking voice is hindered. Like that's why a couple of times when we were talking, I was like, I can't tell what you're saying. Like, but it's more like your projection. Like how, if your mic is pretty okay, right? Sometimes, a lot of times people think that mics have a big range when it comes to compressed audio across, distances. Usually recording devices, when you're recording for editing and mixing, that can tell a difference. But oftentimes when someone talks about mic, like how it sounds, it actually ends up being their voice. Second time you weren't very short. You just speak that way, which probably caused long-term voice damage, honestly. Okay. So oftentimes, to me, a lot of times it's the person speaking as opposed to the mic. And it does take like a while to get used to not trying to strain your voice when you're talking. So it can be that. You may have noticed that, I don't know what do you call it, voice sound go away in JP. Croaky, low, yeah. Vocal fry is what you're talking about. Yeah, the vocal fry. Like the like when you're relaxing too much and you're not like contracting, vocal fry, yeah. That's what I mean by, when I was listening to you, I'm like, it's probably more your vocal cords. You're not like conditioning to speak very clearly and enunciate. So your vocal fry is coming through. So it's kind of hard to tell. Like your mic sounds fine. That's usually pretty okay. Alright. It's interesting. We'll have to talk about more equipment later. Yeah, you had a sore throat the first time. Yep. Thing was vocal fry. Yeah, your vocal fry. The thing is, I was gonna ask you. You probably have more vocal fry when you're up, when you're just getting up. So remember that both times it's when you get up. Like you recently got up, so you're not warmed up and you didn't have like a. I don't know if you practice speaking before you speak. Like what I mean is you warm up before you speak. But genuinely speaking, lack of a better word, when you get up, practicing your speaking can preserve your voice quite a bit. I had to start doing it. No, you don't do vocal warm-up. Yeah, since I started streaming, my voice started straining quite a lot after like 4 hours. Now I'm up to like 10 hours to 14 hours straight. So the idea is I slowly condition my voice to and incorporate routines to make sure that I don't end up losing the resonance in my voice when I'm speaking too long. It's a manual effort for you not to have fry, but you can do it. Okay. Yeah. That's also, I don't know if you, I know you mentioned about approachability, right? Approachability when it comes to speaking. With a lot of people intuit approachability also through your vocal control. And that could lead people to think that you're unapproachable despite saying things that are very approachable. So that's also something that can be an encouragement to want to work on it. You're quite monotone. Not necessarily monotone. You can still use monotone. You don't have to sound like incredibly, like if the other person's monotone, you can still be monotone. The idea is the voice quality, like your enunciation and whatnot, has to be a bit warm. Like it has to be feeling warm in the sense that it doesn't sound like you had the worst day of your life while sounding monotone. So for like the voice quality and projection can still be monotone. Like I can still sound like this and still talk with clear enunciation so that I still sound like a robot, but I'm still projecting back to the back, to the back of the room. That's kind of the situation that I'm talking about, where you just keep holding the same pitch while trying to wiggle a little bit up and down for the emphasis of the language, that kind of thing, right? Every language teacher you've told you don't enunciate, you don't know spelling. Yeah. That's basically what I was referring to. Like you can sound really monotone and still be incredibly like clear sounding. My sister and I kind of contrast for some time. She like mumbles before. Where like she's like, I don't know, like, okay, so I don't know, like, what do you want to do? So it's like really closed, but you can still sound. You could sound like this and just be very monotone and just have your lips just completely compressed so that it just sounds like a very monotone, unapproachable, really sad person. Or you can sound like this and still be very monotone and keep the same pace and still talk like this, and it still sounds like you're trying to imitate a robot, but it's still projecting, right? So you're still projecting the different shapes in order to separate the words. So despite not being monotoned, there's still projection in the way people sound. Only Japanese teachers didn't have that complaint, but you couldn't comment on how true that is. But you couldn't comment on how true that is myself. I see. I think I get what you're saying there. Oftentimes learning a different language, in my opinion. What do you think of the picture? Oh, Danny, you drew a picture? Okay, let me see. Ooh, fancy. Oh, she's snarky now. I like it. Ooh, I like the snarky ones. Very nice. Oh, you simplified the color. Oh, I see. Yeah, the color could be a problem, so simplifying the color, I get it. Very, very nice. She's very snarky. Okay, alright. The jumping jack one is pretty good. Or like, not the jumping jack, but just like, I like that pose. Very nice. I'll have to take a closer look afterwards. How you feeling, Danny? How you holding up? Yeah, for Japanese, what was I saying? Mika, I often think that learning another language, can help open up the appreciation for your current language. But it feels like I was mistaken. So originally, I thought maybe if I start learning language right, I would typically encounter people who are a bit more on the articulate side. As in, when I'm looking at content and stuff, it would be a very clear articulation that separates the two. I don't really find too much of that, honestly. So it still came down to people who focus on communication skills versus people who are language specialists. And the language specialists, whenever they have a language that they're targeting, that language becomes far more articulate. However, whenever they default into their native language, it becomes very constrained and uneventful. Like for the casual language learner. I'm not talking about people who are exceptional, like polyglots and stuff. And that's what I meant by, while it's cool, I often hope that when people go and learn another language, they would explore the articulation of the sound that they make. So oftentimes, like when you're learning a new language, you get this comment where, oh yeah, you just commit. You commit to the language. Like I just pretend like I'm trying to mirror and sound like someone else. And my first thought is, what happened to that enthusiasm for English, for example? Like for me, when I learn to articulate, right, in tones, for example, for Chinese, it reminds me of how tonal English is. And some people would say like, well, English is not tonal, it's not functionally tonal. And I'm like, that doesn't matter. Like, does it? Like, do you need to sound like, do you not want your English to sound like something else? Like, have more flexibility, do a little pause, do a little shuffle, go up, go down, you know, go up, go down, right? You can still do that in English. The thing is, when it becomes very functional. So when people are learning nowadays, they think about functionality over personality, I guess. Functionality over personality. That should be a catchphrase, honestly. And for me, that's kind of where I'm at odds with Japanese a little bit. And not at odds with Japanese culture or Japanese speakers. I'm at odds with other Japanese language learners, because other Japanese language learners can imbue this echo chamber of lacking personality. And what I mean by lacking personality, it's not a hit on them. They are very consistent speakers. They probably speak better Japanese than I do in like the short amount of time. The idea is I don't feel connected to them because they don't enjoy, they don't exude or enjoy and resonate and radiate with enthusiasm for understanding what it's like to speak another language. They see it as like a functional means of elevating their status or whatever they're trying to do. So I like when people explore how to create sound with their voice. I like singing despite not being able to sing that well anymore. You know, the whole tone deaf story. Like I can't seem to stay in pitch a lot of times because my recollection of pitch is really wonky. However, I like that, and I like artwork in the same way. And whenever I do artwork, I also encounter the same issue, where people constantly draw art for functionality as opposed to personality. So whenever someone says like, oh, you know, I'm trying to reach this and do this, and it's these checklists, and I've been working on this, but I'm so frustrated that I can't get it just right. And I'm like, if you get it just right, then I can no longer distinguish between what is your personality and what you're trying to aim to imitate. In my personal opinion. I know that there are hyperrealism artists out there who do things that are so incredible. I just happen to be not one of those people who like perfection, eidetic memory. I like people's imperfections, quote unquote imperfections. I like seeing that there's a random skew habit in this person's artwork, and they knew that when they're drawing, they have a specific habit. So when they make that specific habit a part of their art design, it's beautiful. Like, it's irreplaceable. It's irreplicable. And that is the most beautiful thing ever. An English accent, that little touch of your history behind your English accent from whatever country you are as a second language, for example, it's a touch of personality. And I am a little bit more biased towards that. Maybe significantly from someone else who pride in looking at a gold standard, whatever that is, and choose to continuously pursue that gold standard. All the power to you. I don't find that endearing. I find that unhealthy conflict of interest with being human. So whenever someone plays a beautiful rendition of like Beethoven's Symphony Pathétique, right? For example, if they like near perfect replication, it's not as interesting as someone who deliberately puts like a jump or a slight syncopation in certain places. It's vibrant. It's a little bit more a combination of vibing and execution. So it's calculated vibing. It's a benefit of both. It's human. Like, you don't have to be an improv specialist to make your things feel a bit human. So whenever I draw a piece or like have to draw something, I have to imbue something that is not something that's conventional or not something that's me, and it could coincidentally be conventional. When you make a huge piece, there's something in there that is you, because the more you do it, the more likely a piece of you end up in it, as opposed to constantly looking at like a study or constantly trying to aim at something. Studies go so far. And also I'm saying it's a balance. So I'm not saying you should stylize to your oblivion and not be relatable. That's the other end. And I've met someone this year who I only talked to like twice, and then they basically decided they're right, and like if no one can understand them, then that's the world's fault situation. There's also the other end where you just think that whatever you do, because you're unique and as long as you're being genuine, that people will be able to resonate with you. That's not true either. So to me, I'm in the middle. I like the idea that people learn different languages and they'll sound slightly different. It's not something unacceptable or should be shamed about or like even demonized or sound like a lower quality thing. In fact, if I'm likely to have accents across all my languages because I'm going to use all my languages. If you're a specialist, yeah, most definitely you're probably going to sound really native-like because you only use that language. It's exchanging one for another. And whenever I think about who is the future situation for those, is whenever someone tells me, oh, I'm learning Japanese because I hate English. Or I like Spanish because English is boring. And I'm like, okay, well, we're not on the same page, obviously. I'm learning Japanese and Chinese because language is awesome. That includes English. So explaining Chinese concepts in Japanese, or explaining English concepts in Japanese, or Japanese concepts in English, that's where being human is awesome. Because you don't have to robotically adhere to one thing. You can adhere to many things, You can even slightly add your own little flavor. So whenever someone says, "Oh, 外国人 desu ka?" はい、外国人です. Right? It's fine. Like 大丈夫です. Like, oh, 日本語上手です. Like, はい、はい、まだまだです. Right? Or いえ、まだまだです. Right? That's what you go. And does that insult me? Do I feel like I should be soured for that? No. It means that this person understands me, but I also speak awesome English. Or I also speak English. It's great that people recognize that I speak more than one language. Or they don't think that's what I think. But I think whenever I get recognized for speaking another language and they know that I speak another language, that is the stamp of approval for someone who speaks 2 languages. Not for someone who doesn't speak one language good enough. That's not how I think about it. Do you do remember French Latin translations being fun? Yeah. That's me though. Like I want to introduce you to my headspace. Like when you're talking about artwork, what I'm looking for is the personality in the artwork. Like that's the personality in the artwork. I think a happy people really like not you don't like I'm not saying all happy people are like this and all like not people like this are that. I'm saying the happiest people I've ever seen in my life over time, they had this glow that deals with like they're genuinely good enough. All of the things that they do is good enough. And when they do something, it feels like when you see a painting or music, it feels like they live 4 lifetimes of things compared to someone who's chasing after some holy grail that limits everything that they've experienced because it's everything for chasing the one gold standard. That's up to them, those people. The people that are around me that inspired me to be like a problem solver and an adapter and stuff, it often feels like whenever they say something, there's like 3 or 4 lifetimes of experience, largely because they also interact with other people who do that. So the collective of them feels like, okay, well, this person's not gonna go and be able to play a perfect rendition of like Franz Liszt's piano concerto, but this person could do like 4 different things that I'm like, oh yeah, I like that. It's speaking to me. I understand how this person feels. It's not lost in chasing imitation. And that's kind of how I'm biased about that. You think art styles bring unique life to each person's art? Yeah. And still dislike mine for that for that bias. Yeah, so hear me out. The one day if we can get you the one day when you tell me, Mika, you make a piece of artwork and you tell me I like my style is also a great way to indicate that one day you are also liking your unique characteristics. You have collected enough experience to not have insecurities about the culmination of your craft, right? And the Discord was closer. Like the thing you described today about your Discord and the things that you've done over the 5 years or more, that felt a lot closer to your unique personality. And when you probably heard me say it once, I was like, wow, those are like unique things. Like, like I can't even imagine. I can't, like sometimes whenever someone says, oh man, I have no idea, like that's cool because you're starting to be unique. So there's a balance between that. Your unique life is also kind of hard for other people to resonate. So oftentimes it's awesome when you like your unique life so much that you can bring them in to your life. So communication is why I like communication or emphasize communication and expression, because one day if you take pride in your unique mix of whatever your life is, you also have to be able to share it so that that uniqueness doesn't cause you to be isolated, right? Like, at least in my opinion, when someone's unique, like if I'm unique and I'm worth something, which I'm not entirely sure because imposter syndrome is very strong, I would want to work on a craft that allows me to show that to some extent to another person. And that's why I emphasize communication a lot of times. Largely because you can be the most unique person in the world, but it can also be isolating. Like, the more unique you become, the less and less relatable you are if you do not upkeep the ability to communicate, right? So there's constantly a balance. There's constantly a balance. And to me, I don't see it in specialists as often as I would like. Like, what I mean is, you're either a specialist and no one can touch you and you like that. Like, there are specialists out there who prefer to be solo in the world. Like, they're so good that they're like, that's their jam. Their jam is that, I don't know why I'm using the word jam. Their mantra is they like to be alone. Like, what I mean is, they like to be alone in their endeavors. They want to be the top. It's also the same as being isolating. However, they like that, right? I don't. I like to balance it. So the more esoteric I become in a specific thing, the more I will spend also time to figure out how to share those things. So that's what teaching came in. That's why I like to teach. The more I learn, the more I want to teach, to have people be with me. So if I'm getting better at something, I'm bringing people along with me. If you're my friends or you're my family member, like, if I'm successful, you're coming along to be successful with me. Like, if I'm doing things, you're doing things. And the way to be able to achieve that more consistently, right? It's not consistent already. You need to have communication skills. How else are you going to bring them along with you? And even then, that's not sufficient. A lifetime of developing communication skills increases your odds of doing that. So whenever you said, like, people come and go, and every 2 years they go, it can also be related to how you're trying to be empathetic. Right. Anyways, I just thought I wanted to settle on like a more neutral note. Like, if I'm doing something, I want to try my best to bring people along with me. If I enjoy art, I want to show people that you can also enjoy art. Try to get in my headspace and we'll see. Usually they go under a year. I have usually in 3 months. The average person stays around for 3 months. And I have 100 or so every single year. And those 100 single year is after, like, 6 hours dedicating to a yap session. Yeah. And to this day, there isn't a, there is one person, but they like hang out in a different way. So there's one person that knew me for more than 4 years. And then there's 2 people in the background that you'll never see that knows me for 6 years. 3 months is common for you to, or even 1 month. Yeah. And I do it all over again. I do it every single time. Every single time. We'll learn something new and I'll have another story to tell you. Yep. Anytime. Now we gotta get and finish this. Whoops. I didn't type the rest.
保佑
我们祈求神明保佑平安。
How invested do you get in people and how does it go when they leave? I invest all my happy dollars in them. And then when they leave, I already extracted whatever I need from them. Or like what I mean is whatever they give is whatever I take. I give, I don't expect to receive. So I usually get the satisfaction by giving, not the receiving things is great and all, but it doesn't hold a candle to me giving things. Yeah. I don't really get that much kick from people not leaving or becoming dependent on me. If they leave, they leave. The idea is the act of giving is where I get the most satisfaction. And one day if I see them in a while, like Danny, Danny in 2030, and I see that there's an advertisement for the show Flowers, we don't have to know each other anymore. It's fine. I can tell people like, hey, you know what? I can tell you a little bit about this guy. That's where the investment is. The investment is to be able to reach out to someone. It doesn't really matter if they stay or, I mean, it does matter in the sense of it's awesome if they have the time and the coincidences and the common interests, but I've already given the thing that gives me the most joy. The most joy is investing in people because I can. To me, it's being able to give without ever thinking about receiving back or reciprocating is one of the greatest privileges in life, in my opinion. Because if you are able to do that, it means that you've made it, so to speak. Like, I know this sounds like a humble brag, but I genuinely do believe that I feel like I've made it in the sense that I can give without expecting to get back. It's very subtle. Is there a shadow under the webcam box on top of the browser? Is there a shadow under the webcam box? Oh, you mean this thing? Yes, there is. It has a drop shadow. Yeah. Like for example, all of it has a drop shadow. All my boxes have it. Oh, although I just realized there's a little thing on the bottom. What up? Something was not right. Hold up. I just realized my window is not proper. I accidentally probably hit one of the edges too. Fine. Yeah, under all of it. Is that manually added thing? The layout is it was a layout. So I just drew a box, create the shadow myself. Like, yeah, that's normal. all the background and stuff is manual stuff. I have a workflow. It takes like 3 or 4 minutes to do it. It because I want to be clear what the thing that I'm using and whatnot. Yeah. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, so one of the biggest privileges I think life has is whenever you get up in the morning. Yeah, OBS. Yeah, when you ever get up in the morning, I tell myself, I have enough. Not in a bad way. I know that just sounded like a little bit. It could be negative. I have enough. Like in my life, I have enough. I have enough food. I have enough shelter. Right? I have enough resources. I'm content with life. So now, that's good. I don't need to greed for another, like, I don't need to become a millionaire. I don't need to become a billionaire. I don't need someone to. So for me, the greatest thing is reaching that moment. And I think I reached that moment fairly early. So that's kind of nice. That's my personal take on quote unquote the meaning of life and what it is to be successful and whatnot. Other people will have other examples. Like you're gonna say, like, you keep saying you guess, which breaks it makes it like a little bit contradictory when you're listening to someone. But your version of whatever is enough will not be clear to you until you actually get whatever that is. So whenever someone says, what's the $1 million question, is usually for me is when you have enough to give without ever needing to give back or get back. So if you can do that, to me, that means you're successful. So I've always the reason why I'm answering these questions right now is because it's the end of the year, and during Christmas and near the end of the year, I get really reflexive. Like I think about all the year, but 2025 and what I've done. So, and I always imagine myself one day I'm gonna have to answer certain questions. And one of those questions would be like, how do you keep on doing the things you're doing? And the answer that I'm providing, like the thing that I was talking about would be the answer. It would be part of the answer. Like I keep doing the things I'm able to do because I have enough. And when someone says, don't you want like to do better and learn more and all that, it's like I am. But the most important thing is that I have enough so I can do it. And someone would probably ask, like, don't you want to be like discovered or be famous or write your book or music and stuff? It's like I could, but one of the greatest privileges of having enough is you can choose to do those things, and you can also choose to invest in people without the fear of failure. Like, what am I going to lose? I'll lose the time I invested in the person, but I don't need that time. Like, what I mean is, I don't need that person to pay me back. I get the satisfaction of seeing that person. If I actually genuinely help someone, I get the satisfaction of seeing them succeed. That's having enough in life. If you don't ever have enough in life yet, the first thing you're probably going to think about is, okay, well, isn't it going to be damaging if you invest in something and you don't, like, the person just abandons you and whatnot? It's like, yes, it's going to feel horrible because they didn't pay you back yet. So that's kind of how I define success. Oftentimes, people have to answer these questions a lot of times. Like, oh, like, what do you think is your most important hot take on life? This is one of my important hot takes on life. I hope that one day there are going to be a lot of people, at least sufficiently enough, that can change the impression of human generosity. And that is the idea that somehow there's a jostling and balancing of human resources and all that stuff to generate an overall maybe like quality of life of people where compassion takes front and center. But until the strains on people and the overall like human condition improves in the sense of stability and mental health and you know, that utopian lifestyle that is ideal in the world, for everyone that I feel that I resonate with, truly resonate with, there are hundreds of thousands of people I see on a regular basis online that wouldn't ever consider this as a lifestyle they would approach. Like, genuinely going to the soup kitchen because it makes you feel better. It's a selfish thing too. Like, someone can say, oh, you're just going to the soup kitchen to make yourself feel better by serving food to the homeless. It's like, you're right. That is exactly right. But there's a difference in what you're insinuating. I'm doing it to make myself feel good, but I'm not expecting that person to scratch my back. Like, I'm not expecting that person to come back and pay me back or acknowledge me or give me clout. That's afterwards. Like that's the thing that's afterwards, that I feel there are differences between people who are philanthropists versus people who are clout chasers. Clout chasers still need something in return. And those people will eventually become successful one day. In my eyes, the definition of success is when someone does something and the reward is in the doing, not the literal reparation or reward, like award for doing it. That's when you're successful. To me, of course. Other people might define their success in different ways. Like, oh, being the top things. You'll be a disappointing investment, so you apologize in. Fair though. Yeah, no matter how often you disappoint me, right? I'm still going to invest. Like, I know some people would say, oh, you're being too soft. You should be harder on people so that they would not disappoint you. Like, you should light a fire under their butt. It's like, I'm not that kind of person, unfortunately. So if you tell yourself, man, I need like a stringent person who doesn't coddle me and like tell me what to do so that I can get my act together, I'm a terrible person. So don't like, I would immediately defer you to someone who doesn't coddle, who doesn't sit there with all the patience in the world and just watch you and like pick you up when you fall down, and you could spend your whole life doing that and I would still feel fine with doing that, because the best reward I can give you is my time to try to pull you back up. So if you're looking for someone who would kick someone's butt, get their gear in line, and like bark orders so that they can be successful that way, I'm not that person. Like, I've already come to terms that I am not the person that would be the hard lieutenant guy. Like the guy that says like, I know the right road to success, so here, follow it and do it. So I've often joked that if I ever like have a partner in life to raise a child together, right? I hope that my partner is the one that is incredibly disciplinary, because I would be such a pushover as a parent. The thing is, these things have a way of working out. So maybe that might happen, but generally I'm incredibly coddling. I coddle a lot. Like, if you keep trying, I'm gonna sit there and try with you. If you give up, that's it. I'm not gonna. So if you're wondering what's a good pros and cons contrast, the person who's like a lieutenant and take charge, they also don't give up on you. They also prevent you from giving up. So if you wanted a pros and cons, real deal counter argument to my personality is that if you quit, I'm not going to stop you from quitting. So that's the trade-off. If you have someone who is not like me, they would, if you start to quit, they would prevent you from quitting. because they believe you can do it in that way. I believe that as long as I keep on trying, you would be unlikely to quit. The other person would make you keep going even though you feel like quitting. And that's still two different ways to get someone to be successful. So I'm not that other person. I'm not the drill sergeant type of guy. And I always tell people this eventually, where someone's like, if someone keeps saying, what should I do? What should I do? Should I do this? Should I do that? I would consistently be giving you ideas, but I would never push any of those ideas because my ability is I'm more of a nurturer as opposed to a dictation person. So oftentimes this can create clashes. That's why having multiple people and different types of people are very useful. Like a teacher that coddles also tends to have students that underperform despite being able to overperform. Those are the things that I try to work on. Like, how do I prevent a student that simply don't apply without pressure? That's one of the weaknesses. Yeah, you don't know why you have the patience to watch you spam the same Anki card. You gotta make it work. You gotta make it work. Obviously, there's an upper limit. I need to sleep. I could die from hunger. So those things still are in place, right? We're still human. So outside of that, patience is what I give. Time is what I can give. It's the greatest gift I can give for free. Like, I literally want it to be free. It's not always free. I still have to eat. So if I'm giving up time for hunger and sleep, then that's not free anymore, right? That means that I actually need those things. So there are still things I need. When I'm on stream though, it's free. Like, it's the things that I set alongside. If I need to leave and eat and then, I still need to wait on someone, then yes, there are times where I can't give my time for free or invest in someone because I'm eating or sleeping. So those are exceptions. That's kind of the idea. It bleeds into Thanksgiving, by the way. I know American Thanksgiving was 2 days ago, but that's kind of how I give back. When I'm truly thankful, the best thing I can demonstrate when I'm truly thankful of all my privileges is to give that investment and invest it forward to someone else. And that's why we're here. That's why I stream HanziHero and Wanikani. It's not about accolades, about sticking out and getting clout. It's about encouraging the one person who feels like they don't have anyone to talk to, or anyone who feels like they're out of touch. If you think you have some sort of inability and you don't have a support system, for example, to keep you company, right? I want to believe that in the future on the internet, there would be another reshuffling where it makes it possible for this to happen, right? I think humans are far more productive, like on average, when there's at least social pairing, like accountability, but accountability through being present, in existing with each other. Language learning has been a lonely time, pretty demotivating. That's understandable. I get the impression that's the general feeling a lot of times, because language learning is statistically very low, like universally. You know what I mean? Like, I forgot what the percentage is, but it's definitely low. Like, for example, people who know 3 or 4 languages, actually 2 languages, are rarer than people who have college degrees in the world. And I forgot what the percentage is. It's probably like 15%, and people who have like 3 languages is like 2 or 3%. For relative, yeah. Let me see. Hang on. And we're talking about like usage, not like knowledge. I'm gonna use ChatGPT, so this is like it. Oh, sorry, 13%. That's actually pretty good. 13% is 3 languages, fluent in 3 languages. Multilingual, like beyond 3, is 3%. So we're talking about people who interact with 3 languages is probably still less than the number of people who have college degrees, right? That kind of checks out. And people who know 4 or more languages are as rare as PhDs in the world. That's interesting. Not saying there's apples and, you know, I'm not saying what the opinions are, but it is kind of rare. It's pretty rare. Pretty neat. So if you learn Chinese or Japanese and you're an English speaker, welcome to the 13% club. If you go off to university and decide to get a PhD in something, welcome to the 2% club. Or the other way to say it would be the 98th percentile. And if rare is a thing, that's one thing, right? Obviously, I don't really... It's a fun... If only you had continued French. We can learn French together. Mika. We can't... Bree is not here right now. Bree had to go to bed early to like start her new job. But maybe we can both... so all like... A little later down the road, we can do some French. And then Bree would be ecstatic. Because Bree absolutely loves French. And... she worked a lot on it. And obviously it's isolating for her because she doesn't people around her don't do a lot of things that she does and interested in a lot of things that she does, and I have to make room for French at some point just to join her. You don't know, you have many things to settle between yourself and the French language. Okay. You're technically required to at some point in an extent though. Oh. Alright, keep that in mind. I would totally want to join in. For reasons you say but not public. Okay, okay. Fair enough. Discretion. Don't worry about it. Discretion. Mika. Alright. Anyways, we really need to finish this session. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. So you're really not gonna go to sleep, huh?
斩断，
他斩断了一部分砖块。
You will sleep, you will, okay. Hear me out. This is a suggestion. I think you really should try to do 7 or 8 hours of sleep. Just to, like, you gotta get back to the 7 or 8. Because you keep doing the scheduling and it's like 4. You mentioned 4 so many times. Like, gotta find some way to work that out. Bree recently worked out her sleep schedule in order to start a 7:45 a.m. shift soon. Actually, Bree is about to get up soon for her job. What's wrong with 4? Well, if you're taking it from someone who lived through those years, it's not sustainable. You need 20 hours per day to sort out your life. Yeah, well, I don't think you've ever heard of guy math before. No, I'm just kidding. Well, you're gonna have to get used to MAKU math. MAKU math says that for every 4 hours, like, so if you have 4 hours of sleep, right? That is 8 hours of productivity, possibly diminished. So like if you slept for 7 to 8 hours, you might break even on your 8 hours of diminished activity. So we're not talking about the literal quantity, but the quality of it. Make a math is 4 hours equals 12 hours. Yeah, so the quality, so if you're doing 8 hours worth of 4 hours of sleep work, when you sleep 8 hours, you can do 8 hours of work in 4 hours. That's a reshuffling of quality versus a reshuffling of literal quantity. I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight, obviously, but generally speaking, that can happen. It's very likely to happen. We won't know for sure until you do it, though. Evidence. Heck. Yeah.
毅力、
Okay. Ugh. Dang it.
战俘、
这些战俘来自不同的国家，
成色、
You don't know, you need to find when to sleep, if that makes sense. You were considering having a consistent sleep added in from 1730 to 90. Oh, okay. An hour and a half to make up for your sleep timing. You can't make up sleep. I don't know if you read that comment before, but the idea of making up sleep is kind of a myth. I'll say kind of still. I can be reasonable and say there's still a chance that the idea of making up sleep is not what you think. There is a minimum window that you can try to get REM sleep, but it's not one, like, if you stretch it really far out and suggest that you can hit REM like in 4 hours consistently for a reasonable amount of time, that would be a tall ask. And then when you're doing a nap for one and a half hours, that will most definitely not hit REM. You could get your 7 in if you slept at midnight, I guess. I see. And you used to do that. Okay. It's not definite yet, right? It's not definite yet on how sleep impacts recovery and mental thing. Like, what I mean is, yes, there's still more research to be done. However, the one thing that can be a felt indicator if sleep is being in a deficit is how often someone enters REM, and then enters REM sufficiently on a daily basis to keep up their like maturation for, I don't know, their mental health. I don't know about physical. I think physical is a little bit more optional. Like, what I mean is 4 hours of sleep for your physical body, that seems it possibly can hold up, like maybe into your 20s. I'm not sure how that works for your brain chemistry, like for your brain physiology. Usually sleep deprivation is an incredibly consistently tested phenomenon because you can temporarily test sleep deprivation by doing things that are temporary and not life-threatening. So you can still study sleep deprivation without necessarily, crossing ethical and moral dilemmas. So sleep deprivation is well documented in terms of sample size and representative things. And usually it's very tied to REM. And having 4 hours of sleep, if you're starting to maintain that, it's very difficult to know what that effect is for the long term. As in, for now, it's okay. I don't know what the long-lasting effects of that is in the future. What the data would suggest, oftentimes in longitudinal studies, chronic sleep deprivation ultimately does not have a compensation strong enough. Like, for example, sometimes people can argue your body will adjust to it, right? 4 hours might be at the limit, or like at a very boundary-ish. So there is very possible that research can still say you only need 4 hours of sleep. I don't know. It is possible, but it's at the lower end. As in, you remember when we were talking about studying? If you're always studying at your max, any off day is gonna throw you off of the horse. So if you're sleeping at your minimum, any deficit is gonna throw you off of the horse. So oftentimes you kind of want to keep aiming for something in between, so that if you have extra days, maybe you can squeeze in a few minutes. When you have less days, yeah, you can cancel a bit. But when you're working at your bare minimum or your bare maximum, that's when consistency goes out the door. So you can't have off days, you can't have schedule changes, you become more and more inflexible. So I think sleeping, I did 4 hours a day too. When I was in, from kind of like age 23-ish to the 28, we did 4 hour sleep schedules. And there was one time when I kind of just fell asleep standing up. I laugh about it now, but there were days where I'm not quite sure if I crossed the street, so not manageable, at least from my perspective. So it can be a little weird sometimes. Oh, you have Apple Watch sleep data. Okay, if you're interested in different stages, I see. Apple Watch is not good at that. Like, it's not. I'm gonna be real with you. Apple Watch, how they talk about sleep data is it correlates with 2 stages from your blood, from your heart rate. It's an extrapolation of that. And to tell you the truth, you're gonna have to look into it. Yeah, like even your heart monitors, for example, like your BPMs, and the error rate, the range can be the difference between being healthy and not, and even temperature, for example. The range is scattered to a point where it can define the lines between being healthy and sick. So that's kind of why it's a little misnomer. You want to be careful about that. Oh. Yeah, I don't even know how they're determining REM, honestly. Ooh, you got 5 hours a little bit one day. That's kind of nice. Man, you have an Apple Watch too? Fair enough. Things to keep in mind, I suppose. Again, very soft suggestions. Very soft suggestions. How does this work? What? Oh, chia. Whoops. Yeah. What? You have everything, honestly. You used to like, yeah, you used to use like, okay, you know those hard things that use high pitch with an app for ECG, yeah, and then you put 2 fingers for each hand, okay, yeah, and then you had one of those, but you lost it, so you just gotta watch later on to diagnose, okay. Yeah, I have a chest monitor. I have a chest heart monitor for one of those days where like I want to see, you know, every 6 months or something, I want to check where my heart rate is. So we have a chest monitor for when I go running. And then we have like one of those pretty alright blood pressure things in the kitchen. Pretty low tech.
岔路，
他们在岔路上停车休息。
Oh, side ride? Side road. Oh, can you relate to that day of having 4 stickers on you and carrying that block thing around on you and that painful sticker peeling after 24 hours? That sounds funny. I might have something analogous, but not like specifically that. Probably not. Uh,
呐喊，
孩子在游乐场开心的呐喊。
you hate those stickers? Okay. I know what stickers you're referring to though. What? Oh, whoops. That's a typo. What? Oh.
我
It was intended to catch the episode of your heart condition by leaving it for 24 hours. Oh, I see. Annoyingly, it didn't occur then, but the next day it did. Yeah, imagine those stickers with peeling it. Ooh. You now know the condition has a trigger requirement. I see. Well, take care of yourself, right?
肯
What the con? Oh no. You know what sucks about getting back to IRL stuff? Your legs. Oh, leg pain. Yee. Yeah, we're just gonna get a pass because we need to move along here.
会晤，
他们会晤了1小时。
Last night, you woken up to the worst leg cramp for 2 minutes? You wanted to scream? Does that happen often? Heck. We need to change it to bite or something. Bite or something is probably better. No, it's the second time, though last time was a week ago. You try to sit up, I see. A straight legs, which is usually fine. Both sides, like the lower leg part. Ah, the cramp in the calf. It just locks up. I've done that before when getting ready to jump. Like, before jumping, I just miss it. Oh, or walking in a pool. Trying to walk very fast in a pool can cause your calf to completely lock up. Yeah, and it won't relax. Yeah, it can't relax, and it takes a while. Yeah. If you ever try to run in a pool, like on a bottom, like you can stand on a pool and you run really fast, you can get your calves to lock up. Yeah, sudden bursting can cause it to lock up. Yeah, I know what that's happened to me in the pool before. When I try to like jump up out of the pool, and you just stand there until it subsides. Yeah, absolutely. It's like you feel like your calves is a solid muscle, like it's contracted permanently. It's called a Charlie horse. Are you familiar with that? I think that's what I back in the day. A Charlie horse. Hold up. Yeah, yeah. The thing is though, Charlie horse can occur not necessarily immediately due to muscle fatigue, but it can be triggered spontaneously, and it's exactly where the spot is. It's to your calf area. When legs cramp at night or how to prevent them, it's a Charlie horse. I don't know why it's called a Charlie horse. I think it's because like when you cramp, you start like galloping on one leg or something. I don't know what the origin of Charlie horses are, but yeah, I'm not sure if that's an American thing. It kind of sounds like a British thing, but that's the phrase that I remember. Charlie horses. Did I? Oh, I typed the wrong thing. Okay.
不理不睬，
无论我怎么问，他都不理不睬。
Wait, what the tie? Oh, ignore. Why do you have so many random health things? Charlie horses are, like a thing that happens to quite a lot of people. Like what I mean is, it's kind of like hiccups. Charlie horses kind of like hiccups a lot of times. You didn't mention the extra heart symptom stuff, right? Yeah, yeah.
默
I swear this is ye or upright. Oh no. I already wrote the read on this. Whoops. You grew up with food allergies too. I see. I mean, I have year-round respiratory allergies. And you know, it's not a competition obviously. And I don't have like access to respiration through my right nostril.
掐算
农民掐算着收获的数量。
Rough plan. It's like a rough plan. Right nostril? Yeah, so random. Is that new? Kind of. In the last like 3 years. Wait, so how do you sniff with your right? Like, it's not. I try to clear it. It's obstructed. It's obstructed most of the time.
送
It's why you probably can see me like blowing my nose every once in a while. I'm trying to like be able to pull air through. I don't have a separated septum though, so that means that even if I'm breathing through one, are you familiar with how the septum works in the nose? They're connected. You know, like they're connected. So even if you breathe through one nostril, it can reach to the other side too, because it's your nose is connected. Like there's a path between the two. Yeah. So it's still okay to breathe through just one nose, but it's usually obstructed. My right side is obstructed most of the time. What? Oh, wait.
橙汁
你想喝牛奶还是橙汁？
Maybe one day I'll go and visit a otolaryngologist to take a look at it. One day.
打岔
他总是喜欢打岔，让人很烦。
Back on sleep topic, you find it funny how your average sleep duration goes down from the previous week every week? Why do you need to know the specialist name? What do you mean? Otolaryngologist? That's your nose throat doctor. I don't know if they do ears, but I need to look at the, like, why do you need to know? Why did you just know that? Oh, because my father has respiratory problems. Like, I take care of my father's health. Like, I deal with the paperwork and stuff. So he has a bunch of specialists, like a cardiologist, otolaryngologist, you know. Gastroenterologist, right? Gastroenterologist. Those are, it becomes very common when you start taking care of your parents. Like when you're trying to take care of the paperwork for your parents. Yeah. I sort out all the specialists for my parents. For their very specific problems that will continue to increase because they're getting older. Not to be how old are they? My father is 65 and my mother is 62. My father is like exactly senior citizen status. No. This doesn't change how old they are. I take care of the things since I was ever, because they don't read English. So that part doesn't change regardless of how old they are. You still have to know all the specialists whenever something comes up.
E
Or that, or them. That's fine.
冒昧
他冒昧地进入了房间。
You have to learn about taking care of old people. I think your parents are very well educated though, right? They're integrated into the system. My parents can't communicate with the specialists. I'm the interpreter. Like the last thing we did was we went in to renew our annuity at the bank, right? So I'm the interpreter for the bank annuity, like my parents' money and stuff. What the? Oh, whoops! I wrote one thing properly. What happened here? Oh, the more that they.
光明磊落，
他的行为光明磊落，令人佩服。
光明磊落。Is this like over? Yeah, honorable. Okay, okay, that's fine. We're good. Just gotta finish up here. Oh, this is Yi. Or oops, Yin. Oh. What? What? Oh, okay. That's fine. More stats and DMs. These are ones may sleep include time of day. Yeah, okay. I'll take a look at it a little bit later. Dang it. The established hill thing. I'm just gonna get a pass for this. It's Jung. Proper noun. It's not Yin. Oh, really? It's not Yin. It's not Yi. What? What? I might have encoded that improperly. What? How is that? What?
“柔
Oops. Wait. Oh, this is Tan. ”
感叹，
我常常感叹时光飞逝。
What did I say? Duan? Upright.
度
Egg. Something tells me it's Quinn.
捆
Like swipe or something. Is it normal to get numb legs when sitting with legs crossed? It really depends on how much pressure you place on it. But yes, sort of. Depends on how flexible, how nimble and mobile your hip flexors are a lot of times. Because it could be cutting off the circulation depending on how good your hip flexors are. I'm not gonna say the Y word, but that could help.
栓 正 阎王
他害怕去见阎王。
What is going on? If you lean your elbow on the table, sometimes two of your fingers go numb. That's pretty, yeah, that's pretty normal because you're cutting off. Like there's not room to prevent the circulation from, yeah, that happens too. Oh, is this
树
Ooh, it's pretty weak. And I think I might have encoded this incorrectly. Oh, because I keep thinking it's Yoshi and not Rudolph. That's fine. Uncirculating. There's various other positions too. Yeah, it really does do with your body comp and how much you're pinching your circulation. I don't think it's uncommon. Like, okay, it's fine.
Han
Ooh. What? Oh. Yes. I keep losing this. That's not good. Cool.
Rong
Table and
Rui
If you had you as someone you knew at the time before exam, you would have gotten A. I don't know. For bio, I'm not so sure about that. Yeah, all of yesterday's thing is pretty weak. Oh. They're all from yesterday. It already reset it. It's 4. So these are already reset. If you, as long as you start the lesson, the resets after you complete it. The reset was 30 minutes ago. I mentioned that already. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. So let's go over these. I should write, let's see, Quinn for, let's add more to the Quinn bundle. And then auspicious. And nibble. And nibble. And maybe Zhang. We gotta look at Zhang. Which is Zhang. Suspicious is Rui. Would it be messed up to treat your sleep shortly like a second nap and then properly sleep tonight? I mean, up to you. You haven't done anything consistent enough to know what would be messed up and what wouldn't be. Sandwiches, so Xia Du Ying Huang Yan Yi. Oh no way, is it Yo? It's probably Yo. Yo. Gun. Try. This one's kind of weak. Trin. You know info about single naps, but not double. You know you always get tired 9 and 17 hours after being awake at any given time, though. I see. I'm not sure how much I know about that type of thing. 分金 Benjin can't see the rest. Wow, that's so dense. Benjin, I... Benji Bai Lang. Bai Yang. Oh, Liang. Benji Bai Liang. Okay. So that's, yep. So you maybe get your 4 hours soon and then sleep again at 11. So maybe 3 and then 9-ish and decide, okay. Chung, I really can't see that. La, Shang La, Ying. It's drag. Draw. Try. Pull. Bai Kai. No. Yes. Genji. Is the one character always one sound? They only subscribe one to one sound. I mentioned that too the other day. They're always one. 80% of the characters or more are only one read per sound, per character. And the most common characters are sometimes have grammar related things that would have more than one read. And then like 2 or 3% of the time, they're very common use that there's a San-He rules that change the tone a little bit. But those are incredibly frequent. There are Sandi rules for changing tones. They come up very frequently and consistently. Oh, Jian. Anwei. 正奇 访炫 What the heck is 访炫? Oh. 辅助 tea cha. All right. Time is it? All right. So let's go over. So we have Xena in the auditorium, walking around a gorge, right? Walking around a gorge, carrying a mountain of sandwiches. Sandwiches. To the audience that's attending, I guess, a play about a gorge or something like that. Okay, we got Dumbledore, who's in the bathroom of the house. Kind of doing a redecorating, right? He has a special tree, as in some magical dirt. The tree grows to a specific length and then stops growing. Like magic. We got Yoshi, who's in front of the English Manor. Yoshi, who's in front of the English Manor, and a woman just happened to come up. Not necessarily a human woman, came up and he's like, here you go. Dropped two shellfish in his hand. And two shellfish babies in your hand. Take care of it. And you know, Yoshi, being a good dino, tries his best. I got the Hulk, who's in front of the chapel. And out comes the chapel. Death approaches him, right? All the flowers start wilting away, and the river starts drying up, or the stream starts drying up. Became a proverbial wasteland as Hulk faces with death. Alright. Got Yoshi, who's in the pawn shop, who's entering the pawn shop, carrying a bunch of rocks from the mountain, because he's hired to haul rocks from the mountain to sell for later. Alright. Got another Yoshi, who's in front of the bakery. He's chilling out, taking a break, a drawn out break, eating some croissants while the slender owner contends with the foreman assistant in the heart of the courtyard to set up some rods for like a display or something, of which Yoshi was helping out transport. Next we have James Bond. Yeah, associations make this easy, so there's no worries. James Bond is in the lawn of the immaculate, or not immaculate, the infirmary, right? James Bond is in where he is trying to make contact with a loyal nurse and exchange for her services, for some shellfish for her services, acquire a secret high-tech magic stick for his next mission, or for his mission in general. Then we have Sherlock. Sherlock is in front of the high school, and he's trying to find some clues, but he has a bunch of high school students who declines to answer, like picking out people with specific dress uniforms, like the school uniforms, and exchange dialogue by word of mouth on school grounds. Now we have Tarzan. This is probably the weakest one, unfortunately. It's a proper noun, so Tarzan is in the chapel, and he is usually he's not trusted with many things, but he's you know he's in the chapel. Goodwill. He's being hired to look after a guard, a shack that contains a wait, what is the mouth thing? What is the mouth doing? What? Oh no, wait. That's not right. Oh, is that right? Oh, where I don't remember what the mouth is though. I guess he's been told to guard a shack that contains an ancient brush. Ancient brush from the Tang Dynasty. Obviously, yeah, it's Tang Dynasty. I don't know where the mouth went in the... Oh, he's yell. Oh, he bites people. Oh yeah, Tarzan bites people who get near. That sounds about right. I like that part. Alright, so then we have Julius Caesar in front of the infirmary, acting his role as the monarch, running around with a rake in his hand, and, you know, someone sneezed in the lineup, so he just punished the person by shoving a rake into one of the doctors or nurses. Alright, so we have 7 things to go over. I'm not sure if I can improve upon them today, because it's a little bit late. But Shuang... what was Shuang? It's gone. It's Frost, but it's a very complicated character. We'll come back to it. Bing is complicated too. Ooh, I'm actually not sure. That's really sloppy, but that's okay. We're good enough. Bing. This is guest. I don't know how they separate this part. Is that supposed to be small with a slide? Interesting. Let's try this here. Then Tan. Tan was a little disappointing. I think we're okay with Tan. Which is, Sai. We have Quinn. Quinn. Was a tree within a tree? No, it was hands, fingers, hands, fingers, knees, and toes. Quinn. Bundle. Kun. Kun is also so nibble. Nibble. Jung. I don't think establish is sticking real well for Jung. Which is Jung, the proper noun Jung. And Rui, Rui is it's our only Rui. It's kind of not the greatest sounding either. We have okay. Which is auspicious. Auspicious is kind of weak. So Frost, I remember there's Eyeball. Eyeball is what I got. Oh, I remember what it is. Shuang is oops. I got stuck on the rain. So Frost. All right, let's go take a look at each one of these. See if we can do anything about it. Before the day's over. Almost 5 a.m. That's okay. Yeah, I got oh no, you got cramped in the same place. Let's see. All right, so it has to be his eyes. We gotta make it about his eyes. So let's see. Sherlock is in front of the chapel. It is raining. It is cold. Cold. And there is Frost. I mean, like, he's in front of the chapel looking for clues, right? Looking, his eyes. Looking for clues with his sharp, perceptive eyes. Sharp detective eyes. It's a bit, which is made difficult recently by cross-latent trees and shrubbery. Shrubbery from the previous rain day. Luckily, he was able to locate with his sharp eyes I don't know, the priest's lost artifact. Oh, this is fun. Okay. You think overbending your leg is causing it? Well, try not to do that, I suppose. Bing, alright. Bing is, yeah, that's correct. So this whole thing is visitor. So let me see. That's probably one of the tough parts. It's only one character. So let's see. Treat as a instead. Oh, I say hippo. Hippocratic. Yeah. I think this is fun. What makes this weird is... Oh, I didn't place the... Oh, that's because I keep thinking it's a dollhouse. But this whole thing is a visitor. That's probably what we're gonna have to think about. Visitor. Need to think about visitor. Okay, I think that's okay. Ton we're skipping. Okay. It's an uncommon myth. Isn't all that back pain, joint Pain, general pain, supposed to hold off until like 25. Well, it's assuming the person has a regular life activity, right? And it's based on data regarding the the last generation of people, or even the generation before that. Koopa, let's see. And what do we got? I think we want to make his fingers. He quickly swipes with his fingers. Yeah. His I don't know. His short turtle fingers. His yellow. Oh no, that can actually end up sounding like Bart Simpson. Yeah, wooden bundle of special equipment. Really swipes. Let's say swipes multiple bundles. With this small short turtle fingers, whatever that is. Turtle fingers. And then later like tell Bowser. And return to Bowser. Okay. Not the greatest. Fine for now. Kun needs work. Actually got distracted enough to forget it multiple times. It's largely because it doesn't deal with Kermit's Kermit doing anything. Helping someone by restraining him from a nibbling problem. Kermit tries to encourage the patient by word of mouth. To try to stop habit of nibbling on his foot with his mouth at night. Okay, Jung. Oh, we stopped on establish. Establish just gets lost. So, let's say establish contact. Establish contact by leaving a message. To Mr. Chung. About a secret. Mr. Chung is contact about a secret rendezvous at the neighboring hills. Okay. All right. Auspicious. Ooh. Oh, is this the Santa thing? I added Santa, didn't I? Oh no, I didn't. Oh. Wait. That's fine. Oh, which one did I add Santa for? Okay, Rudolph is in the basement. Oh, wait, in the basement? What the? Oh, no, in the bathroom. Just kidding. Rudolph in the bathroom of the beach house carrying a scepter owned and accompanied by the prospector. Right. He was on suspicious find by the beach. And washes the scepter. Washes the scepter. And hope to make an auspicious gift for Santa-san. Hey, I think we just gotta incorporate Santa for all of Rudolph's things. All right, we did it. All right, it's off to bed, folks. All right, folks. Or I have to do the evening stuff before going off to bed. All right, folks. That's a wrap for today. Wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're always welcome to yap, right? With some limitations, obviously, but yap, exchange stories, brainstorm, talk about things, keep each other company, right? Try to motivate each other to be mutually interested in each other's lives for at least the time that we have together, right? It might not be forever. It might be for 1 year. It might be for 3 days. I'm here to offer some generosity. At least for those 3 days, we can try to keep each other motivated, right? Understand that there are people who come and go in one's life, and stringing them all together will make for a pleasant life. Feel a little togetherness as you go through life, deciding what to do, finding different perspectives. Kind of a nice thing. Until next time, 大家下次见。感谢观看. Thank you for watching, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.